Hello, everyone. I hope you're doing well today. Let me know how the sound is. Be warned, I am still using a heater that goes on and off, so so if the sound gets wonky at some point, just let me know and I can kick the filter to try and sort of balance it out. Sounds soundy. As if it sounds soundy, that's good. Today we have on our plate we have on our plate continuing the many puzzles that were submitted in honor of the 100th stream. So that was last time. It was a blast. I was joined by none other than the illustrious Tall Cat to work on those, and we got through, what was it, 14 puzzles or something last time? It was a lot of puzzles, which was very cool. But there's still more, and I don't want to not do anyone's puzzle who submitted one, so we're going to start by doing that. We also have now, in the future coming up soon, we have the setting challenge for pencil puzzles. So full details are available over on the Discord. I think they're pinned. But the short version is, I want you to set a pencil puzzle in a genre in which you've never set a pencil puzzle before, which could mean you made up the genre or hybrided two genres or whatever it is you wanted to do. All of those are good. The date to submit those by is next Tuesday, because I plan to start doing them next Wednesday, is my plan on the pencil puzzles. So I encourage you, if you have thought about that or been thinking about that, I always give a really long time for the pencil or for the setting challenges, so I think that'll have been a month. But try and get them in by next Tuesday. Remember that you should get them tested before you officially load them in there. On an ongoing basis, if you make a 6x6, there's a 6x6 room for you to submit for me to do 6x6s at the end of stream, which is growing ever more popular, which I enjoy. And I know some people have been going through and just going back and doing all the ones in that archive, so that's also very cool. All right, I think this ends my list of things that I should mention. So let's get started on the puzzle Centum by Crusader 175. Is this a row 5, column 5 is the betting tree kind of puzzle? Let's see. Does that look like a good betting tree? Probably not. This looks kind of like a good betting tree to me. But Crusader, if you are in chat, there you go. I see Crusader has popped in. If you don't think this is a good betting tree and you have a different betting tree to recommend, by all means, row 1, column 1. Okay, we will move the betting tree at the setter's request to row 1, column 1. Alrighty, so what are the rules here? So these are double arrows, not between lines, as you might have originally suspected that they would be, meaning that the digits on the line sum to the same thing as the digits in the circle. All right, so that's double arrows. We have X's. It says XV rules, but there are no V's. But digits separated by an X sum to 10. The reason for that, if that makes no sense at all to you, is because X is the Roman numeral for 10, which is not, you don't see Roman numerals all that often. So if you've ever wondered why on earth it's X, that's why. It's because it's the Roman numeral for 10. Not all X's are necessarily given. So we have no idea. There's no negative constraint. But additionally, all cells with a double arrow on them, which I assume includes the circles, so I think it means all of these cells. I think the yellow cells, it is telling us, have sum 100. So we have that. So we've gotten good practice at summing to 100. As we have gone through these. Yes, so just the yellow cells sum to 100, which I guess I'll have to wait for chat to tell me if that's a lot or a little for this collection of cells. Eric says the natural thing, which is that the circles sum to 50, but I don't think that's correct. I only say it's not correct because I had been thinking about this as I read the rules, but it's not quite correct because of these getting counted twice by the circles. So it's like, so we get 3 times these circles, 3 times these circles, and 2 times these circles, that adds to 100. So we will see what we're going to do with that. I'm filibustering this because I have absolutely no idea what I'm supposed to look at to start with. So I guess here's the thing. We know that this total has to be at least 16. Because it's at least 10 plus 1, 2, 3. And so these need to be from 7, 8, 9 only. Oh, and this one can't be 9. Okay, so that actually seems helpful. Okay, so this is a 7 or an 8, and we're going for a total of at least 16. So this can't be a 7 anymore. So now we know this is an 8 or a 9. And now I only have 1 degree of freedom over that. So these can only be from 1, 2, 3, 4. So the last low digit in this box, actually, I should specify, these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, and the 1 and the 2 are definitely here. And so the last low digit in this box is on this X, the last 3 or 4. So I actually can fill in that this X is only from 3, 4, 6, 7. And let's see, these digits are all now going to be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So the question is, does this not work if I make this a 7? Because if I make this a 7, I think it doesn't work because I think I need to put a 7 on the X. So let's just fill this in and make sure. So if this is a 7, this has to be a 9. Now I need these to add to... Oh, no, it does work. Dagnammit. No, because these are now 1, 2, 3, and then this is a 4, 6. So no, that's okay. I was hoping that this being 7 did not work. Is this one of those many times where it doesn't work if it's the other way around? I don't think so. But yeah, so Garion has a point that now if I now look around the other side of the O, these cells sum to at least 10, whereas these sum to at most 17. And so this can't be an 8 or a 9 ever, because that would make this... Oh, these can't sum to 10. These can't sum to 10 because one of the lows is on the X. I see Garion also sees that. Probably saw it before, but I didn't notice. But these can't be 1, 2, 3, 4 exactly because it would break the X. So these actually sum to at least 11. But these together sum to at most, I said it before, at most 17. So that means this needs to be at most 6. So actually this is only a 5 or a 6. So that's... So again, these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we know there's a 1, 2, and 3 on them because I only have 1 degree of freedom possibly, right? Did I do that right? Because these are now like, if this is, yeah, these can be 1 bigger than their, oh no, sorry, no, I did that wrong. Nope, don't listen to me, that's wrong. It's because their minimum isn't being 1, 2, 3, 4. I think there's actually 2 degrees of freedom, and I don't really want to pencil mark that. Yeah, Qodec catches it. It's because of the fact that they can't be 1, 2, 3, 4. So actually, 1 degree of freedom is already sort of like bigger than that. I probably can pencil mark some digits that have to be on it. Like, let's say, what happens if there's not a 1 on it? If there's not a 1 on it, then these sum to at least 14, plus that is 19. That's not going to work. So I think I should, instead of thinking about what the options are, I should think about what has to be on it. If there's no 2 on it, then these sum to at least 1, 3, 4, 5. 1, 3, 4, 5 is 13, plus 5 is 18. That's too many, so there's definitely a 2 on this. And so, in fact, just like that X, this X is from 3, 4, 6, 7. Which is interesting. Hey, Andrew, how are you? So we've got that. Okay. I want to know if this x is the same as that x or not, but I don't know if I get to know that. I can't use neither 3 nor 4 on this line for sure. If I use neither 3 nor 4, then this is at least 1, 2, 5, 6, which is 14, which is way too many. So, in fact, I've used all the 1, 2, 3, 4s in here, and so that means these are also from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So I've got that here. Notably, the sum of the digits on this O is going to be either 48 or 3 more than that, or 51. So because it's going to be 3 times the sum of these two. So it's either going to be 3 times 16 or 3 times 17. So these are going to sum again to either 48 or 51, which means the rest of these are going to sum to like something more than that, but that's not super immediately impactful that I am able to discern. Trying to find some universe where I know something about this one, but I can't quite figure that out. Because this is going to be a lot... This O, I think, can be a lot smaller. But let's try and figure it out, actually. What is the minimum that this O can sum to? So these two sum to at least 21. Plus 3 plus 3. 21 plus 3 plus 3 is 27. So these sum to at least 27, but plus the O's would be 3 halves of 27, so 3 halves of 28, really. What's 3 halves of 28? That's 28 plus 14. That's 42. I think the minimum sum of this O is 42. Okay, so if we did that, the minimum sum of this is 48, plus the minimum sum of this is 42. That means that this sums to at most 10, if we did that right. So if this sums to at most 10, then it has to be 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So yeah, so this has to be 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, and so Eric is doing the math in chat, fortunately. So that means that, in particular, I needed to make these 1, 2 pairs. This needs to sum to 16. So if this needs to sum to 16, that doesn't tell me anything, unfortunately, because it could be 8. Hilariously enough, this is exactly the situation that happens in... Double. No, I did something wrong. Uh-oh. Crusader says I did this wrong. Did we get the 10 math wrong somehow? The 1, 2 pairs aren't correct. Okay, how are the 1, 2 pairs wrong? Because in order to make this 10, I needed to make these sum to... Right! It's because it was 27 and not 28. That's what happened. There's an extra sort of degree of fidgetiness in there, is the point. That I don't know if I really feel like figuring out where it came from. But there's this extra degree of fidgetiness... that comes from the fact that this thing is a multiple of 3. So that might actually give us a degree over here, but I don't think it does. But I think these actually can be from 1, 2, 3 rather than being from 1, 2. Is the point of this. But I do think we were correct about the minimum sum of this and the minimum sum of this. So I do think these sum to 48, but But if I wanted to make these 1, 2, and make these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, the point is that would make this sum to 47, which isn't actually possible. So I think that means that these are really from 1, 2, 3. I have to make one of them probably 1, 2, and one of them 1, 2, 3, although I'm now a little bit hesitant about this. So when we said 48, sorry, this one sums to 48. This one sums to 42. If it sums to 42, that means the circles sum to 42 over 3, and 42 divided by 3 is 14. So these circles sum to 14. I don't know quite what to do with the fact that these two circles sum to 14. I mean, it means they're at least 5. And they're certainly not 5, so I guess they're 6, 7, 8, 9. Actually, they can't be 9, because a 9... right, they can't be... Okay, so the x's are taking out the 5, and that's really relevant. And so the 9 here, I can't get small enough if either of these is 9. If either of them is 9, then the total's at least 15, and it needs to be 14, because of the fact that the 5s got knocked off. So these are only from 6, 7, 8, and they add to 14. Garion says it can't be double 7. I'm trying to understand why. It seems like I want to put the 7 in here. Yeah, exactly as Notch says, they couldn't be 5 because of these brilliantly placed X's. Oh! Yes. Yes. Beautiful, beautiful. If they're both 7, it puts 2 3s in the box. And so since we know the sum is 14, we know they're not actually 7. They're actually 6, 8, is the point. That's gorgeous. And so that means that these are a 2, 4 pair. That is very cool. And yeah, these are a 6, 8 pair. Notch, this is, I didn't finish all of the Stream 100 puzzles, so today we're still doing Stream 100 puzzles. So this was submitted for the last stream, but since I only streamed for 9 hours last time, I didn't get to all of them. So we are doing more today, which is very cool. I know that this is 1, 2, 3, 4, because this 1, 2, 3, 4 looks at that. This is 6, 7, 8, 9. I know that this 1, 2, 3, 4 is on this X for whatever that's worth. I don't think it's worth a lot. I have to think about how to pencil mark the rest of this, and I don't want to. Hey, Florian. I really, really don't want to, because I've got to make this sum to 48, which means I've got to make each of these sum to 14. This sums to at least 10, but it's got to be more than 10. So, okay, so this is again... So this could sum to 21. No, it can't... Oh, it could sum to 21 if these sum to 7, is the point. Yeah, it's this weird thing where I'm like a half over, and I have to figure out how to make these sum to 14, because the bare minimum... Okay, we'll at least do the degrees of freedom argument. The bare minimum is 21... plus 3 is 27. We need to be 1 more than that. So there's definitely a 1 in here. There's definitely a 1 in here. These are only from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They're not 2 or 4, because there's a 2, 4 in the box, and there's and 7. And we need to use, of course, the 2 and the 4, but we need to use the 1 and the 3 and the 5 because we only get to be over by 1. So... Right. We know the total in this box. Okay, I should really be looking at this. Here we know the total. The total is 16. That's 10. That means these need to be 6. So Qodec gets correct. We have a 1, 2, 3 triple here. So that means that this is not 3, 7. It's 4, 6. Which now means this is a 5, and we actually get our first digit out of nowhere. We get to do our 5 dance. Woohoo! Woohoo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So this 4, 6 pair fixes the 2 and the 4. Means that's not a 5. That's not a 5. Okay, so yeah. So these now need to sum to, I forget what this sums to. Yeah, this sums to 16. So these sum to 11, so I know what they are. Because 11 in 4 is always 1, 2, 3, 5. I know where the 5 goes in that 1, 2, 3, 5. So no 5 there. That means that this is also 4, 6. That's not a 6, therefore. I guess that's not a 6 even because there's 1 in the box. This seems unable to be a 5. That seems unable to be a 2. This is a really impressive puzzle. I agree, Qodec. This is very cool. So these aren't 6 either. I know there's a 7 in one of these two cells because that's not a 7. So therefore that's not a 7. These two circles add to 5. And so because that's not a 2, that's not a 3. This isn't the 1 here rules 1 out of there, so that rules 4 out of there, because these two line cells also add to 5. So we've got that. See, people are saying that row 9, column 7 is equal to row 6, column 8. Well, only if these two aren't the same. These could both be 8, in which case then those are the same. It has been pointed out that there are X's that I filled in one digit on and not the other. This is why I have you folks helping me out. So that's a 4 and a 6. This is definitely not a 6, 4. For the record, these are from 7, 8, 9. There's no 6 over there. Why can't the 8 go up here somewhere? Oh! There's a 7, 8, 9 triple. Where did that come from? I don't know where this came from. I did not appreciate it. I mean, apparently I noticed it when I pencil marked this 7. Oh, no, I did that from the box. But that's beautiful. Okay, there's a 7, 8, 9 triple in this column. So one of these two circles sees an 8. And so since one of the two circles sees an 8 and they add to 16, neither of them is 8. So these are 7 and 9, which makes that a 9 and that an 8. So yeah, I did not appreciate this triple when it appeared. This puzzle's gorgeous. Okay, that's a 7. That's not a 7. That's not a 7. Okay, so we've got a 1, 2, 3 triple in this row. So these cells are not too far off. They're not 1, 2, 3, 4. They could be 5. They're not 6. They could be 7, 8, or 9 is the only thing that these cells can come from. Oh, so... Oh, no, not quite. Almost. Let's see. This 4, 6 looks at this, so that's not a 4, so that's not a 1. It's a very minor deduction, but Yeah, this puzzle's intricate as all get out, which is awesome. So I actually know that because this digit is on this X, because this is the only 1, 2, 3, 4 that's available for this X only has odd digits on it. So it's either 1, 9 or 3, 7. I don't know that that's an impressive deduction, but it's true. I know this isn't 1, so that's not 9. Let's see. Row 9, column 2 sees 8 different digits, says Martin. Let's see. Oh, there's a quadruple here in this box. So this quadruple means that these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. And that one's not the 6. This cell... Oh, sorry. This is row 9, column 2. I looked at the wrong cell, I think. When Martin said that, I looked at the wrong cell. Because this is the cell Martin was talking about that I just discovered by looking at the wrong cell. This cell sees 1, 2, 3, 4, so this is a 6. So these are my 1, 2, 3, 4s. So, hey, Mormogli. How are you doing? We are in the middle of this this work of art of a puzzle. Let's see. And I know one of these is a 5, but I don't think that... Oh, right. I know the 9, because of this 5, 7, 8, 9 quadruple, I know there's a 9 in here. So I know this isn't a 9 at least. So that's not a 9, that's not a 1. Again, very minor deduction, but maybe it'll get me somewhere. So these digits are not 1, 2, 3, 4, or 6. So these are from 5, 7, 8, 9. This one is not 7 or 9. This one's not 5 or 9. So that bought me a 7, 8 pair. Did I do that right? I want to just double check that I did that right. Did I really get a 7, 8 pair? I think I do really get a 7, 8 pair. So that actually did get me something, the eliminating 9 from this, because now that 7, 8 pair gives me that this is a 5 and this is a 9. So no 9 there or there. So now that 7, 8, I guess I don't know where it is yet. Okay, these are not 5 in the corner or the center. So now there's a 1, 2, 3 triple in the row, which nails down that this is a 6. And now that there's a 6, there can't be a 7, which gives me a 1, 3 pair, which means this is a 5. How did you set this? This is uncanny. So we now know that one of these is only 1. By the way, I never cleared that 1 pencil mark. One of these is 1, 2, and one of them is 1, 3. I bet I could actually figure that out if I looked at this. So I need to add to 14. These already add to 8. So therefore, these need to add to 6. So I guess this is... if this is a 1, it just doesn't work, right? Because I can't make these a 2, 3, can I? Am I crazy? I don't think I can make these a 2, 3. I certainly can't make these a 2, 3. I don't think this cell can be a 1, I think is the point. Because if this cell is a 1, that would be 9 in total, and I would need to get to 14. These can't be 1, 4, or 2, 3. So yeah, I don't think this can be a 1. I think this has to be the 3. Am I wrong? I really don't think so. Because if this were 1, these would need to add to 5, and neither way works. So yeah, so I think, despite chat's immense skepticism of my deduction, I think I'm right. So that's a 1. Now I just need to make this actually add up to the right thing. So that is an 8, 11, 12. I need a 2 here in order to make that add up correctly. That 1 puts a 1 there, because I know I needed a 1. And so now this had better need to be a 3, otherwise things have gone terribly wrong. That is a 10, 11, 14. Yep. Hello, Isabella. Are you new here? Welcome to the stream. Okay. 1 here. Goes there. That has become a 3. Okay, so I bet it was posher than the other way to do it. I'm just going to say that. So that this not being able to be a 3 is meant this is a 1 or a 3. So I've got another 1-3 pair. So the 1-3 pair actually does something really cool. These 1-3s align. So I need to put 1 and 3 in these cells. But if I pencil mark it, you will see this. Actually, you won't see, but you will see after I point it out. There's a 1, 2, 3 triple in this column. So this can't be 1, 2, or 3. So these need to be a 1-3 pair, but this one can only be a 3. So we actually get a bunch of digits out of that. So we get a 1 and a 3 up here. Let's see now. I can sort of fill in a bunch of stuff over here, but I don't know. I don't know, given how this pencil is going, if gratuitous pencil marking is the path. Well, 8 is placed in the central box, so that's probably going to help, because I just see this 8's ruling it out, and so this is now a single, which is always the hardest part. It's a 7, which has made that a 7 and an 8 and a 2. So we're continuing to mow down these various things. So that 5-7 pair has made this an 8 and a 7. That 2 has made this a 1 and a 2. This isn't a 1. Okay. Somehow I added a 1 to a cell rather than taking a 1 out of a cell, but I think I figured out my pencil mark there. So this is a 1-3-4 triple in this. How did you set this? This is a 1-3-4 triple in this column, but there's no 4 up there. So one of these is a 4. So this is not a 4. We've got that. Let's see. It's claimed that this is a naked single, which is believable. It's not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8. It is a naked single. Good spot, Nicholas. It is a 9. So these are from 3, 4, and 5. So yeah, these are from 3, 4, or 5, which is not as good as I hoped it would be. One of these two is 5, I know. Okay. Oh, where does 8 go in this box? Isabella asks. 8 goes there. I will fill in this pair now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, this is not a 5 or a 7. So therefore, this is the 7. Let's see. So yeah, this is a 3, 4, and that's a 3, 4, 5. We've got all of that stuff going on. Okay. We've got a couple pairs we can fill in the rows here. So this row needs a 2. It's going to go there. It's going to be a 6. This row needs a 4 and something else. And a 5, I believe. No, not a 5. There's a 5 here, Zeta. 4 and 8, apparently. Well, that was surprisingly unhelpful. So up here... Oh, where's the other 1, 3 in this box? Oh, no, sorry. There's multiple things going on. One is I have a 1, 3, 4 triple in this row, which makes that an 8 and that the 4. And the other is to ask, where's the other 1, 3 in this box, given that there's a 1, 3, 4 triple looking at this. So this is the other 1, 3 for the box. And so this is some other thing. This is a 9, which has now made that a 7 and a 3, making that a 1 and a 4, making that a 3 and a 2, making that a 1, a 5, a 4, a 7, a second 1 for the column. There we go. We can dump all of that into the grid. So we need a 2 and a 7 to go in these cells. And that seems to be sorted by that 2 that I didn't see. We need a 5 and a 6 to go into these cells, which I again swear is not sorted, but Sven will tell me otherwise. These are a 4 and a 6. No, not 4 and 6. 4 and 9. 4 and a 9. Okay, got it. These cells are a... One of them's a 3. No, not one of them's a 3. Try again, Zeta. One of them's a 5, though, and the other is a 7. And I know where the 7 goes. So that one I actually know how it sorts out. These are from a triple, which consists of 4 and 6 and the other one, which is a 2. These are a quad, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's not 4 or 8. So this cell is the 6 or 9, or sorry, 2, 6, or 9 to finish the row, but it can't be a 2 or a 6. So that's a 9, a 6, a 2, a 4, a 6, a 4, a 9, a 4, an 8, a 9 going in. This cell is a 5 or a 6, but it's not a 6, so it's a 5 and a 6 and a 5. This cell by the column is a 6, and so this cell, the betting tree, is an 8. Congratulations to Zach and I for to all of you 8 bettors out there. I know there are several people who routinely bet 8, so congratulations to all of you. May all your betting tree wishes come true. Awesome puzzle. I am very impressed with how that was all worked out. There was just so much Sudoku going on. It was all so intricately poised. Very neat. Alrighty, well, I'm going to pull up the next one, and I will be back in just a second. So hold your horses, and I'll be right back. Alrighty, next up we have a C by Kuraban. So earlier it was asked if anyone made a C that was a celebration for 100 rather than a numeral 100. Here is the C for 100, as in century. These are normal renban. So that means they consist of a string of consecutive digits, but in any order. So, for example, these could be 6, 7, 8, and that would be fine. No matter what order I put them in, it's an acceptable fill for the renban. And so digits on black dots have a ratio of 2 to 1. So you could, for example, put an 8 and a 4. That will work just fine. And we additionally have the rule that all black dots are given, which is terrifying. So there is a negative constraint. Okay, so my first question I'm inclined to ask is about 1 and 2 in this row, but I don't actually... I don't think that's going to get me there quite yet. This long zigzag of these black dots is tempting to use. Oh, we need a betting tree. That's right. If Kuraban is around and would like to offer a betting tree, I will accept offers of betting trees. But otherwise, I'm going to put... row 1, column 1. Excellent. There Kuraban is. The lag in stream is always such that I ask if the setter is there for recommended betting tree location. And then I always conclude, oh, okay, never mind. I'll pick one. And then the setter replies every time. So apologies to Bremster in advance, I would just like to say. Let's see. So I do need to put 9s everywhere in this puzzle, and 9s are going to be very awkward because of these doohickeys. Okay, well, here's an easy pencil mark. In this on this length 5 renban, I always need a 5. You can't make 5 consecutive digits without a 5, but the 5 can't go in a black dot. So the 5 goes in one of these cells. So that is something. Is it possible the 9 goes on here? If the 9 goes on here, then 5, 7, and 9 would have to be on here. The 6 would have to go down here. And the 8 would have to go up here, but that seems plausible. I do need to remember there's a negative constraint, so I need to be careful about that as I contemplate my possibilities. This kind of makes me want to, like, color cells that can't be 5, 7, 9 and try and color the 5, 7, 9 as my way into this puzzle. But I don't think I can. There's also a 5 on this one for the same reason, and it's not there. It's length 5. It can't go in either of the ends. And this one, for the same reason, length 5 can't go in either of the ends. The squiggle is all from 1, 2, 4, 8. That's true. But it doesn't have to be 1, 2, 4, 8 in order, unfortunately, because I can repeat all over this place. But because there's no 3 in these can't be the 3, 6 flavor anywhere along this chain. Otherwise, I would repeat things. Hey, Franco, how are you? Okay. I think 4, 8 would break. Because if this is 4, 8, there are not 5 consecutive... Oh, no. Okay, if this is 4, 8, it does just work. Never mind. Sorry, because this is actually on the renban. I was thinking it would break the renban, but it doesn't actually break the renban. Always great to have you here, Franco. I can go ahead and fill in that I know this is 1, 2, 4, 8 as well. Let's see. Trying to decide if there's some reason I know this has to be 3, 6. Would be, because if this is 1, 2, 4, 8, then this is a quad. And so I would need to use exactly 2 of 1, 2, 4, 8 on my renban, but I think that's okay. I could use 2 and 4. Excellent point from chat. This 5 pencil mark and this 5 pencil mark actually do something quite potent as regards these renban. Because these renban now can't have 5s on them. And ergo, they have to be either 1, 2, 3, 4 or 6, 7, 8, 9. But the given 3 tells me which. And so that's going to give me a given digit, or it's going to give me a digit here, because this is going to be an 8. Okay, and again, the point is, just to summarize this for viewers, none of the yellow cells can be a 5. And that's because, well, this one's on a black dot. And in this box, I know the 5 is up here. So none of these can be a 5. And so therefore, I need to be either 1, 2, 3, 4 or 6, 7, 8, 9. But because of the given 3, I can't be 1, 2, 3, 4. So therefore, I need to be 6, 7, 8, 9. And so therefore, this digit's an 8. And we get to do our 8 dance. Woohoo! Ba 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 da. Woohoo! Ba da ba da. Woohoo! Ba da ba da ba da. Ba da ba ba da ba 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 da ba. Woohoo! Ba da. Thank you, Zach. Thank you very much. That's going to give us some free 4s to look at that. So no 4 there. Let's see. Okay, so these we know are 6, 7, 9. And I know this one's not a 7 or a 9 because it's on a black dot. So that's a 6 and that's a 3. So now in this row... Oh, this is not a 1, by the way. So in this row, what's left is we've got a 1 and a 2 and a 5. For whatever that is worth. 3 and 8 are too far apart to be on a renban together. Because 3 and 8, I would need to go 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 6 long. This renban is only 5 long, so that can't be an 8. It can only be a 2. That 2, 4 has indeed forced this renban to be 3, 6, because 2 and 4 break both possibilities. So this is 3, 6, which is what I sort of secretly hoped it would work out to be. That's not a 2. So now there's a 2 over here, which now tells me that this black dot has to be 4, 8. Because it can't be 3, 6, and I've used the 2, so it can't be 1, 2, or 2, 4. So this is 4, 8. So cool. Still deciding, I suppose, whether I think this is 1, 2, 3, 4, or 6, 7, 8, 9. If it were 6, 7, 8, 9... okay, it's not 6, 7, 8, 9. That's very cute. So if this were 6, 7, 8, 9, the 7, 9 would go here, which is fine until you realize that it would align, forming a double Jovi wing with this 7, 9, and put 7, 9 on this renban, which is a problem for about 6 reasons, not least of which 4, 7, 9 is not really a renban. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4... which makes that a 6 and a 3. Makes that a 4. Makes that not a 3. This is from 1, 2, 4. So this is certainly from 1, 2, 4 as well. Note it's not. I didn't write 8 in here because we learned previously that 3 and 8 are too far apart to be on a renban. So there's definitely a 2 on this dot, if I can use that at some point in my life, very possibly. So that actually tells me what this black dot is. I love this puzzle. This black dot now can't be 4, 8 because there's a 4, 8 looking at it. It can't have a 2 on it, and so therefore this black dot is 3, 6. So therefore, this dot now has to be 1, 2. It has no more choices because no 4, 8 in the column. It can't be 3, 6. It looks at a 3, 6. This has to be 1, 2, which gives me the 5 and the 2. And the 1 over here. So this is just a triple now, including these are a 7, 9 pair. No optionality because I can't put a 7 or a 9 on a black dot, and I don't have either of them in this box. So therefore, this is a 1 and a 2. So this is a 1 or a 4. Well, this is a 3, 6 for sure. Let's start with that. Because this black dot sees 1, 2. It sees a 4, 8. So this black dot is 3, 6. So there's no 6 on this renban, for what it's worth. So if there's no 6 on this renban, then this renban has to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this renban is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've already got the 2 and the 3, so these are a 1, 4, 5. That's certainly not a 5. That's not a 4. Unfortunately, that doesn't immediately sort that out for me, but we're getting there. We're getting there. I do remember that there's a negative constraint, by the way, but I have not yet seen a great opportunity to use it. The 1, 4, 5 looks right, making that an 8 and a 4. This can't be a 1 by the negative constraint, Tristan points out, which is very cool, so that's a 5. So that is not a 5. Let's see. Yeah, unfortunately, that's not really how I wanted this to work out. But now there's a 5 in the column, so now I know what this renban is. Because now there's no 5, so this is these are a 2 and a 3. Sorry, 2 and a 3, because this renban can't go up from the 4, so it goes down, which makes this a 1, which then makes this a 2 to make the black dot work. So none of these are 1. That can't be a 2 because of the negative constraint. That can't be a 2 because Sven says so. So that's a 2. So that's a 4. So now we look back over. We have a 4 not there, so 8 not there. And we've got a 6 and a 3. I might as well fill in this triple. It's going to have a lot of 4, 7, 9s in it. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. These are not 3, 6 because of the box. So this is the other 3, 6 for the column, actually. So that gets us a 7, 9 pair, actually. I could have just asked, where do 7 and 9 go? Or sorry, where do 3 and 6 go in this column? Or where does that 3, 6 go in the column? And the answer was it had to be there. This has become a 4 and a 3. This black dot has to be fixed, right? It can't be 3, 6, and it doesn't have a 2 in it. So this is a 4, 8, and it's a 4, 8 in that order. So these are a pair, which consist of a 1, which goes here, and a 5, which goes there. That's a 1 and a 4. This is not a 1. So if that's a 2 or an 8, then this can only be a 1 or a 4. Let's see. 6 in box 8, Mario says, is placed. Right, because there's a pair over here, and the 6 can't go next to the 3. Very nice. So that is a 6 and a 5, because the 6 ultimately was placed by the negative constraint there. So we've got 3, 4, 5, 6. So therefore this digit has to be either a 2 or a 7, but it can't be a 2 by the negative constraint and by the column and by all of the other reasons. So therefore that's a 7. So that's a 9 and a 7. That's a 9. This has got to be a 2, 8 to finish the row. These are a 2, which goes there. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and an 8, which goes there. Let's see. Alima is looking at the 6 in box 1, which is placed there. Thank you, Alima. Have to be careful not to get too close to this cell, but we can peek over there. Let's see. So these are a 3 and a 6 and something. A 3 and a 6 and a 5, I believe. 3, 6, 5. That one's not a 3. These are a triple of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, actually. Just straight up 7, 8, 9. That can't be an 8 because it's next to a 4. These are a 1, a 4, and something else. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and a 7. Not a 1, not a 4. These are a pair. I'm just hoping here that I'll get a random negative constraint that'll happen. I already have a negative constraint by this 2, 8. 2 and 8, neither of them can go next to a 4. So therefore that's the 7, that's the 1, that's the 4. These are just a pair now of 5 and 9, I believe. So that is handy. These 2, 8 aren't getting sorted out by that negative constraint, I don't believe. This renban doesn't have a 3 on it, but it does have a 4. So people would rightly like me to mark that it is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 as the contents of the renban. Very fair. That one's not an 8 by the negative constraint. Doubly, actually. This is now a write-in of a 9, making that a 7 and a 9. So let's go ahead and pencil our triples in, because we'll probably get some freebies. These are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is not an 8 by the negative constraint. Maybe that didn't help me as much as I hoped it would. And these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, which I think I know literally nothing about. 8 in box 5 is in one of these two cells. That's not box 5. Let's try again. 8 in box 5, Zeta. 8 in box 5 is in one of... Oh, it's not there. Got it. Because 8 there is next to the 4. So the only place for an 8 in this whole mess is there, which then places this 8 giving me a 5-7 pair. No 8 there, which places an 8 here. Very nice. Yeah, we've got a lot going on down here. But don't quite know yet. Let's see, 4 in box 4, says Ambrose. Beautiful, because the 4 can't go next to the 4 or in the same row as a 4. Take your pick, so that's a 4. So now the question is, where is 2 in row 5? Because 2 in row 5 now can't go next to the 4, and it can't go in any of these places, so the 2 in row 5 only goes there now. So we can knock that off. Okay, so that... Did this expose any negative constraints that I did not have before? I don't think so. Now... Oh, I do get to place 2 up here now, though. Just by Sudoku, and by the fact that it can't go next to a 4, which gives me an 8 and a 2. So we've got all of that going on. No negative constraints to speak of here. I still need to place a 3 or a 6 in here. Let's see. Yes, where does... Oh, not quite. I was going to ask where does 6 go in this row, but I think annoyingly there are 2 possibilities. This can't be a 6 by the negative constraint. That's a good point. So the 6 in this row goes in one of these 2. Three can't go next to 7. No one of these is the 5, but that's okay. Okay, this is a quad. I should go ahead and fill it in for Sven reasons. I need a 1 in this box, and the 1 in the box is just outright placed there. Let's start with that. I need a 3 in this box. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Neither of those is a 6, so therefore that's the 6. This not being a 1 makes that a 7, 9 pair, which makes that a 3 and a 9. It makes that a 5 and a 6 and a 3 and a 7 and a 5 and a 7 and a 6 and a 9 and a 5 and a 1 and a 9 and a 7 and a 5 and a 9 and a 6 and a 3 and a 9 and a 7. And so now we can very carefully fill in the rest of the grid. So this is a 7. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is an 8, and the betting tree is a 5. So congratulations from Zach and I to all of the 5 bettors of the world. Very nice puzzle. I enjoyed that a lot. That was super slick and smooth. And just goes to show you why black dots and renban are the best constraints. Alrighty. Congrats, Isabella. Alrighty. Let me take a quick break, and I'll be right back with another puzzle. Welcome back. So next up, we have a puzzle by Memeristor, who unfortunately is currently doing a tutorial, but I'm sure we'll watch this later. So this is a 10 lines renban puzzle. So the renban are the same as before. Hey, Naverio. And the gray lines are 10 lines, so they need to be broken down completely into groups of digits that sum to 10. And I can sort of see that it spells out zeta 100 if you look at it. Alrighty. So we know that this line sums to 20. So we know these sum to 25 for whatever that is worth. Uh-oh. Image is out of focus. Oh, is it just because the coloring has gotten weird? Is that better? Yeah, Playmaker, I got so many puzzles, even though we did 14 of them last time. There are still plenty left. Let's go with row 9, column 9 as the betting tree here. So, yeah, I know these have to sum to 10, because I can't possibly make these sum to 20. All of these sum to 10. I, of course, know there's a 5 somewhere along this renban. I'm still unfolding the nature of the universe. Oh, okay, there's a smart point. Okay, Garion has a smart point, which is that this cell sees the entirety of this renban. And this renban is length 7. So, therefore, the only digits that you can leave off of a length 7 renban are 1, 2, and 8, 9. So this digit can only be a 1, 2, or an 8, 9. And I don't think this digit can possibly be an 8 or a 9. Because if this digit was an 8 or a 9, then I would need to make 10 with it in one of these directions, because I don't know which way it is. But this 10 line is either a domino and a triomino that way, or a domino and a triomino that way. Either way, this is part of a triomino, not part of a domino, so it can't be 8 or 9. It can only be 1 or 2. So that's interesting. So there's no 1 on this renban, I suppose, is one conclusion that we can make from that. Let's see. What do I do with that? Looks over at that renban, but gives me very little about it. I mean, I didn't want this to be 1, 2, 3 anyway. Let's see. This 10 line, who knows exactly how it's going to work. Hey, welcome, Jimmy, by the way. Seen you a couple times today. Very nice. Okay, so Garion's point, which is gorgeous, is where does this, and I think this is what Jimmy was trying to draw my attention to, is where did these two cells go in this box? And the answer is that these two go here. That's awesome, Jimmy. Very cool. I don't think I know if these sum to 10 yet. Because this domino could sum to 10, or it could not sum to 10, of course. Oh, here's a point. No, I was going to say a point, but the point was wrong. Okay. So yeah, those go there. That seems super important. But hell if I know how to make it make sense. Oh, let me bump my audio filter 1 second. Everybody be quiet for a second. Including Tristan, who then proceeds to move furniture downstairs as soon as I go to reset the audio filter at his request. I love you, honey. Let's see. Hopefully that's better. This length 5 renban I keep wanting to eyeball, but I don't quite understand this A yet. Something weird is going on with it. Maybe this is interesting? This 0 arrangement? I mean, these have to include low digits. So I can't put anything too large onto this renban, but I feel like I have a lot of flexibility still. And the fact that they overlap stops me from doing like multiple of 3 maths on these things. Let's see. And of course I know this cell in this box goes over here somewhere, but that feels rather graspy at Strawsy. Let's see. Okay, so Jay Dyer is suggesting I do math on this line. So the total sum of all 7 of these digits on this renban, there's only 2 options. The 2 options are that it is 2 through 8, in which case it sums to 35, or it's 3 through 9, in which case it sums to 42. But we also know that that these sum to 20, and so these go there, and so you can sort of cancel that in that sum, I guess. I'm trying to figure out how to wrap my brain around this, how to relate that back to this box. Yeah, so the point is the 2 digits that aren't on this renban in this box therefore need to sum up to the difference, right? So if these digits this hurts my brain. Okay, so, right, this is the point. The point is, the thing I said much earlier that I completely forgot about, these cells we know sum to 25. That's the point. The green cells sum to 25 because we know that this line sums to 20. And so if these sum to 25, then we're saying that these 3 sum to either 35 minus 25, which would be 10, or they sum to 42 minus 25, which would be 17. And so the question is, can these 3 cells sum to 10? And so chat claims the answer is no. So if this were a 1, then certainly this would be at least 2 plus 2 and 3. Yellow doesn't need to sum to 10. We don't know that yellow sums to 10. But, and this is amazing, if yellow doesn't sum to 10, then if the outies sum to 10, these 2 are the same digit. That is amazing. Okay, so there's 2 worlds that we have to contemplate. I guess this is like a cases within cases sort of thing. But we know that these either sum to 10 or 17. 10 is very suspicious, because we also have this breaking down into groups of 10. So either this yellow is already supposed to sum to 10. That doesn't work. If these 3 cells sum to 10, because this would have to be a 0. Or it's actually these 3 cells that sum to 10. But then these 3 cells also sum to 10. But now that means that these 2 are the same digit by entropic lines logic. So that doesn't work. So that means that the sum of these digits is 17. So the 2 yellow digits plus this digit, maybe I only want to put in blue. These 3 digits sum to 17. So if these 3 digits sum to 17, well, I know these two sum to at most 10. So therefore, this digit needs to be big. It needs to be 7, 8, or 9. Because these two can't sum to more than 10. So if these are all summing to 17, that does not work. Let's see. And if these sum to 17, and it's actually these that sum to 10, does that break? Maybe, possibly. We do know what the line is now, though, so we're going to get a dance. Because the sum being 17 told us that this... Oh, wait, it didn't tell us what this is, did it? No, the sum didn't tell us what it is, but it did tell us that the line has neither a 1 nor a 2 on it. So 1 and 2 in this box live in the borderline of this region. So that much is true. It's not yellow. If yellow... I'm trying to understand why yellow can't have the 1 or the 2 in it. Oh, because yellow is also on the renban. Right. Yellow definitionally is on the renban, and the renban doesn't have a 1 or a 2 on it. Got it? Okay. So, no 1 or 2 in yellow. But these cells sum to 17. Which we remember. We've got a 1 or a 2 over here. Sadly, this still doesn't quite tell us how this whole thing works. I mean, blue and box 1's over here somewhere. Does that tell me something? I mean, I can pencil mark it if that will make people happy. I suspect people see a deduction that's based on this that I don't see. Yeah, Jay Dyer's point is where I got in my head when I thought about that, which is that I agree that blue goes over there, but it could still be 7, 8, or 9, I think. But Martin, I don't know that the 1 and 2 are part of the same sum to 10. I don't think, unless I need to think very hard about what this blue being down here means. Because it's possible that if I think very hard about what this blue being down here means, that it will tell me something if I also factor in this whole 17 business. So this puzzle feels very Simon to me. Okay, so if this is a triomino, then it's exactly 1, 2, 7. And so then the question is, how is that going to work? So if this is 1, 2, 7, oh, I guess maybe I should start it this way. If this is a 7, that means this is a 10 domino, and it's 1, 2, 7. So this is a worthwhile point. So can this be 7? And the point is, if this is 7, because these add to 17, this is now a domino. Now 7 is over here in a triple with a 1, 2, 7. And so what does that do? That now forces this to be 4, 6. It's the only thing it can be. But what's wrong with this being 4, 6? Is something wrong with this being 4, 6? The renban in row 1. Oh, okay. So Yep. That, good lord, that can't be the intended deduction, can it? I can't imagine that's intended. But I agree with it. If this digit is 7, then through the magic of the fact that 1, 2, and 7 are going here, and these need to add to 10, the only thing they can be is 4, 6. But I have a length 3 renban in this row, and it can't be 1, 2, 3. It can't be anything involving 4, 5, 6, 7, and it can't be 8, 9 either. So it breaks every possible way of making a length 3 renban. So this can't ever be 7. It's hilarious that we did all of that for the deduction, this can't be 7. But it actually does do something, because now that this is 8 or 9, I now know how my dominoes work. Because now 8 or 9 is in here, and so I can't make a 3 thing with an 8, 9. So I can now actually dominize my thing. So the yellow digits don't, in fact, add to 10, but these do. They are from 1, 2, 8, 9. So we've got that there. Okay. So is it something like if this is 2, 3, 5, is that going to break? If this is 2, 3, 5, that's a 9. But then we could get through 6, 7, 8. What if this is an 8? If this is an 8, that's a 1. Do I end up breaking this? So let's see. So if this is an 8 and a 1, I need these to add to 9 without breaking this renban. They couldn't be 1, 8. So I think they could be 2, 7, and then this could be from 3, 4, 5, or 4, 5, 6. So I think that's okay. If this is a 9, that's a 2. I need these two to add to 8. They could be... Right, yellow's not allowed to have 2 in it. Right, yellow, so these either add to 8 or 9, but they don't contain 1 or 2. For multiple reasons, including the fact that I have pencil marks over here. So if these added to 9, they would either be 3, 6, or 4, 5, and if they added to 8, they would be 3, 5. Exactly. So these are always from 3, 4, 5, 6, which is really putting a lot of pressure on this renban, because things like 3, 6 are just going to wreak havoc on this. So again, these sum to 8 or 9. If these sum to 8, they're exactly 3, 5. So let's think through what happens if they sum to 9. If they sum to 9... then 3, 6 sounds bad. So I'd break 1, 2, 4, 5, and 7, 8, 9. So 3, 6 doesn't work. So there's actually never a 6 in these cells, is what we've just learned. And so these always contain a 3, and they're either 3, 4 or 3, 5. Which means that over here... Sorry, it's not a 3 that's definitely over here. I did it wrong. It's always a 5 that's over here, because we said it's either 4, 5, or 3, 5. So it's the 5 that's always over here. And so if there's always a 5 over here, and I can't go down from the 5 because I've eaten 3 of the digits that are below 5. So I have to go up from the 5, and so the only thing this can be is 6, 7, 8 is the upshot of all of this. And if this is 6, 7, 8, then that is a 9, and we get to bring Zach out for the 9 dance. Woohoo! Waha! Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da! Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So that's a 9. So that means this is a 1, 9. That means this is a 2. that means that these are, we know what they are now because they need to sum to 10. So they are 3, 5. No 2 here. I can get rid of the blue coloring now. It's not doing anything anymore. So these are 3, 5, and then I can get rid of the yellow coloring as well. The green coloring was never doing anything. So we've got that. We've got our 6, 7, 8 over here, so we know what these digits are. They are 1 and 4, I believe. So those notably do not add to the number. So now the question is this a length 3 thing or a length 4 thing? And for beautiful reasons, it can't be length 4. Because if it were length 4, this would be a 2-3 pair, and now this renban is broken, because there's nothing I can put with a 2 and 3. So this is actually a length 3 sum to 10, with a 5 here, and now the renban can't have a 4 on it, so this is a 6 to make that work. So we've got that. So there's a 6 over down here somewhere. This can't be an 8, because if this cell is an 8, I need these to be a double 1 or something. So this cell's never an 8. These can only be from 1, 2, 3, because remember, I need these to add to 10. These definitely include a 1, and then it's either a 2 or a 3 over there. So this is a quad that I'm going to pencil mark. So it is 2, 3, 7, 8. And so this is certainly not 7, 8. Jimmy has an excellent point, which is that I would not have noticed this for a bit. But the A here, that part of the A sees a 5 here. This part of the A sees a 5 in this box. And so this length 5 renban needs a 5, and it goes exactly there, which makes that a 3 and a 5, which is posh. I know this isn't a 7-8 pair, just for the record. It may at some point be relevant that it's not. Today is certainly a day for intricate puzzles. Very good puzzles, but very intricate. Let's see. So the 5 in this box, I guess, is down in one of these two cells. I don't know if I care about that. If these were 2, 3, I would need these to be... So these either add to 10 of themselves, or they are 2, 3. Oh, I guess I could do 2, 7, 1, annoyingly. I think I could do 2, 7, 1. That's ridiculous. So I retract the thing I was going to try and argue. I don't think it's correct. I should probably pencil in what these can be. 2, not 2. Let's try again. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. These aren't 6. Sadly, I don't think that's enough for an oople of some sort. Yeah, that's from 6 digits, and there's only 5 things there, unfortunately. I do know that one of these two is a 6. Okay, this column. I'm hoping that this is good, and I think it is, because I have 2 digits on 10 lines, and one of them is going to have to be really high. Because I've got a 1, 2, 3 in the column already, so we've got a 4 to place. 5's already here. 6, 7, 8 is what's left. So one of these digits is really big. I'm interested in which it is. So... and this one can't be 8, because I know I need to add 2 more things. This could be 7 with a 1, 2. Uh, 6 would go with a 1, 3. 4 would need to go with 2 digits that add... Oh, wow, that's amazing. 4 doesn't work. Chat pointed this out. It would have taken me a bit to get to this point. 4 here does not work, because if this is a 4, I need these to add to 6, but they can't be 2 4s, so they're 1 5, but 1 and 5 are too far apart to be on a length 3 renban together. So no 4 here. This renban is a 1 2 3 renban either way, because either this is a 6 with a 1 and a 3, or it's a 7 with a 1 and a 2. Either way, this renban is always 1 2 3. And the 1 is always in this column. So this is never the 1. So there's always a 1 in these cells. Do I know the 1 can't go on the renban? I would really like to know the 1 can't go on the renban, but I don't think I get to know that yet. Welcome, Jeffrey, by the way. Yeah, this little layout has proven quite interesting. I wonder if I should just sort of like speculate what all the points are for, what all the possibilities are for this. But I think it's going to be less clear, because I think if this was a low digit, I think there'd become more ways to make this work. And so I think over here it was restricted because this couldn't be a low digit. Yeah, so now... Yeah, I need to get 2 of 1 2 3 up here, because I need to get both of those up into these cells. But I can just get 2 of them off it there. Let's see. Okay, so... if this were 5, this could be 4 3. Oh, that doesn't work. I think this can't be a 5. I think you're right. If this is a 5, how is it going to work? Well, I can't make this a 4 and a 6. But I actually can't make it a 4 and a 3 either, because I need a second 3. So, weirdly, I don't think I would have ever looked for this, but Jimmy is right. This can't be a 5. It breaks every way of making this work. So 5 in this box is in one of these 2 cells. Let's see. If this is a 5, that's a 5, for whatever that's worth. Okay, so... Yes, I realize I have been remiss today, but I should, as Tristan says, we're really trying to grow the stream because we know there's lots of people who like Sudoku and like watching people do Sudoku who don't know about the channel yet. And one thing you can do to help that's very, very helpful is you can like the stream. So if you have not done that today yet, please do so. It is much, much appreciated. And it is very visible, the impact on the number of viewers that happens when a bunch of people like the stream. So thank you very much for your help. And by the way, welcome all of the new folks, because I see a lot of new faces around, which I'm sure is partially because I've been having a bunch of people liking the stream lately, and I greatly appreciate that. So good for everyone all around. Okay. So I kind of want to actually ask myself the question, what digits can actually go in this cell? And I think it's going to be a little bit painful, but I think it's probably worth actually asking. So if this is a 1... Ooh, we have a new member. Welcome to the fans, Jimmy. Thank you. You get a fan dance. Woohoo! Thank you, Jimmy. Very exciting to see. Thank you so much, Jimmy. Enjoy all of your Zach emotes. Oh yes, the penguin is the penguin is infinitely lovable. And now you have Zach emotes. Oh, this has to be 1, 2, 3 as well. Oh, because now it can't have a 5 on it. Right. Okay. So this not being able to put a 5 here was actually huge, and I didn't realize it when Jimmy pointed this out. But Jimmy's point that this can't have a 5 on it actually means that these digits are all either all high or all low, and they certainly can't be all high, because then this 10 line is going to sum to more than 10. So these are certainly from 1, 2, 3, 4. And so now the question is, can there really be a 4 on this thing? And so I don't know. Why can't there be a 4 on here? There's definitely a 2 and a 3. Yeah, I totally did not appreciate how potent knocking the 5 off of here was in the column. Yeah, there's no 5 on the 10 line. So so let's see. So yeah, okay. So can one of these be 4 is maybe the first thing to ask. 4 plus 1 would put a 5 here. That doesn't work. 4 plus 2 would put a 4 here. That doesn't work. 4 plus 3 would put a 3 here. That doesn't work. So it's pretty easy to rule out 4 from both of those cells. What if this is a 4? If this is a 4, then these are of necessity 2, 3, which requires a 5 there, and that doesn't work either. So this is forced to be a 1, 2, 3 triple. I think chat saw that in a more sophisticated way than I did, but we got to the same place. I think at least some of chat knew enough about the ways to make 10 and 3 that they were able to rule that out in a bunch of different ways. So now these are either 1, 2, in which case this needs to be a 7, 1, 3, in which case this needs to be a 6, or 2, 3, in which case this needs to be a 5, but it can't be. So now one of these is a 1, which means this can't be a 1, so that's a 4 and a 1. We said this isn't a 1. So one of these two is a 1 now. Let's see. Boy, we're getting quite a few very nuanced puzzles today. Jovi on 1s. Jovi on 1s indeed. So we have a Jovi wing on 1s. So if you're not familiar with the Sudoku technique known as a Jovi wing, the way it works is I've noticed that the 1 in box 8 and box 7 are in rows 7 and 9. I need a 1 in box 8, and so, I need a 1 in row 8. That 1 has to come from this row, and it can't come there because of pencil marks. So we get a 1 in one of these two cells, which is interesting. So the difference between a Jovi wing and an X-wing is that in order to be an X-wing, you have to be a step more sophisticated than that. So just if you're curious, if you had, say, in this column and this column, you had 1s pencil marked into the yellow cells, then that would be an X-wing, which would rule out 1s from these cells. And so the point is that's a more sophisticated technique than asking where the 8 is supposed to, or where the 1 is supposed to go in row 8. I actually need to think about the 1s being taken up in these. So the logic of an X-wing is slightly different. So we call it a Jovi wing because Jovi would often point out that the Jovi wing wasn't actually, that the thing we were calling an X-wing wasn't actually an X-wing. And so hence it has become known as the Jovi wing. This is a somewhat convoluted story, but that is the story. But if you really want to check if you understand this, and I don't know if you do, but if you really want to, you can ask yourself, what's the requirement in an irregular grid for something to actually be an X-wing and not a Jovi wing? And then it will lead to more enlightenment, potentially. Okay. Have we ruled out this being a 2-3 pair yet? I really don't want this to be a 2-3 pair. But I'm not 100% certain that we have ruled it out yet. If it was a 2-3 pair, it would put a 2-3 pair there. Oh, we did. Right. Because of the 1. Right. Right. If this was a 2-3 pair, then I would need to put 2 and 3 in here by Jovi Wing on 2s and 3s. But I also have a 1 there, so that doesn't work. So these are not a 2-3 pair. But unfortunately, that still doesn't tell me they add to 10, because we still have one annoying possibility, which is that this is exactly 2, 7, and a 1 here. Which does not quite seem to work. Liz makes a good point that actually these cells C1, 2, 3, and 6, 7, so I can pencil mark them as 4, 5, 8, 9. And this one can't be 4 or 5, actually. It can only be 8 or 9. Do I know, can I rule anything out of this one? I don't think so. Break the renban in box 8. Okay. Right. Oh, wow, that's complicated. But it works. Okay. So let's see if the world where this domino is 2 and 7 works. If this is 2 and 7, this is a 1. And the point is that would make this cell a 2. But in that universe, this is a 2 and a 7, which has made a Jovi Wing, which has meant this isn't able to be 2. So I yet again have no idea if this is at all the intended deduction. Like, I don't know if I'm supposed to be asking this or not, but this cannot be a 2-7 because it breaks because of the Jovi on 2s. We'd have to put 3 2s into these 2 columns in order to make that work. So this really is a domino that adds to 10, which means this is really a domino that adds to 10, so I'm going to box it even though it's not on an actual... It's not on an actual 10 line, but it is a domino that adds to 10. So now we've got 4 digits here. I now need to prove that this can't be 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Hopefully this can't be 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see. If this was 1, 2, 3, 4, this would be 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know. How do I know it's not 1, 2, 3, 4? Let's see. Jimmy says box 4, 5 renban can't be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this one can't be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 because of 2, 3, and 4 in column 5. Right. So what digits are there that this can be? It can't be 4 or 5. And it can't be whatever 2, 3 is repeated in here. And it can't be 1. So that means of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, there's only 1 digit left. I don't know which one it is, but there's only 1 digit left that could go on here. And so Jimmy's point is that removes 1 as a candidate from over here, which is awesome, because it places a 1 there. That is mighty. I mean, I don't know how much it's going to do, but it's very useful in terms of getting us digits. This digit can no longer be a 7, because if it was a 7, I would need this to either be 1, 2, or 3, and it doesn't work. So that's not a 7 anymore. If this is an 8, this would have to be a 2, which seems okay. If this was a 6... this would have to be a 4, which I think is okay. If this is a 4, then strangely this has to be a 6. So, strangely, I think we've concluded that this cell is always either a 4-6 pair with this, or a 2-8 pair with this. I think we've proven this is always a domino that looks like this. I guess the point is we could have done this just by looking at the fact that 1 and 3 and 5 are gone in the box. These cells need to sum to at least 2 plus 4 plus 6, which is already too many. So this is definitely a domino. And I think I have correctly marked... Well, I guess I definitely have correctly marked it now because of that. So, interestingly... Wow, this can't be 4-6. That's amazing. Because I know there's a 4 and a 6 on this renban. Uh-oh. Eric is proving the opposite of the thing I'm proving. Because I think it can't be 4-6. Because if I put 4-6 on here, I've ruled 4 and 6 out of 3 cells on the renban. And because there's not a 1 on it, there's both a 4 and a 6 on it. So I actually think this has to be 2-8. It has to have both a 4 and a 6 because it doesn't have a 1. Right? As soon as it doesn't have a 1, it needs to... Oh! Right, it doesn't. Right. It could be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Sorry, you're completely right. It could be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so now if Eric's point is correct, then it can be... Then we know this is a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, which is huge. Okay, so why does 2 break? Because Eric said 2 breaks. So try it and look down. So it puts a 2 there. It's a 1, 3 there, and a 6 there, an 8 there. I don't see the thing I'm supposed to be breaking. I'm going to need more specificity, I'm afraid. Like there's all sorts of things that I could look at, but I mean I'm not just going to enter 12 digits in the grid. And if something breaks, then I think I need a little bit more. So if this is 4-6, then this digit is the 6. And then this needs to be 7, 8, 9 exactly. It is true that we now know there's no 1 in these 4 cells, so we probably can prove that these digits can't add to 10. Oh, no, that could be a 1 still. Can this add to 10? It's probably difficult for this to add to 10, but it might just be able to. So 2, 1, 3, 4 or something. Yeah, I don't quite feel like I know how this breaks down yet. I'm being told I can't put 3 on it. I mean, there are ways to make 4 digits add to 10 that don't involve a 3, aren't there? I think there are. But I'm also not 100% sure I understand why there can't be a 3 on it. It's possible I should be coloring these dominoes and looking at them, but I don't quite see how that would be useful yet. Yeah, there's definitely a 6 in one of these 4 cells. I know that much. Let's see. So, maybe I should ask the question, can there be a 2 on this renban? if there's a 2 on this renban, then I need to put a 3, and the 3 goes over here. And I need to put a 4, and the 4 goes over here. So the 2 would have to be over here. That doesn't work. Okay. So this is a little bit complicated, but if I try and put a 2 on this renban, it doesn't work. So if I try and put a 2 on this renban, I need to put the 2 somewhere. But I need to put the 3 somewhere, and the 3 is definitely over here, which means the 2 is definitely over here. But now I need a 4, and so there's a 4 over here as well because of that 4. But now this domino is broken. So there's no 2 on this renban either. So that means the 2 in this box is definitely in this column, which is going to disambiguate what's going on down here. And maybe that will help. So this becomes a 6, that becomes a 7. Those are a 1, 3, so that's a 2. These are a 1, 2, so that's a 3. The 3 also messes up the 6, 7 in box 8. Right. The 3 there makes that a 3, makes that a 7. Does it? Maybe I don't quite see it. 7 and 3, so these are 2 and 8. Therefore, these are not 2 and 8, they're 3 and 7, and so I actually know the order. That's a 7 and a 3. This isn't a 3. These aren't a 7. That's not a 6, so that's not a 4. These aren't 6 either. 1 and 3 are here now, Isabella points out, because 3 now, just by Sudoku, has been pushed into this cell, or into these cells, so that's a 1 and a 3. Let's see. So if this can't be a 2, then it's at least a 4. Okay, so I could make, what's the minimum I could make these cells? So now the minimum this cell can be is actually, okay, the minimum this cell can be is a 6. Because the fact that this cell is a minimum of 6 now means I can't make these 3 cells sum to at most 4. Because this one is also a minimum of a 4. So this does need to be 2 dominoes. It's more complicated than knowing it can't be 1, 2, 3, 4 because of the fact that I can repeat digits, but we now finally have rigorously shown that this thing worked out this way. Okay, so this cell is a 7 or 9, therefore. These are from 2, 8, or 4, 6, in order to not use the 1, 3. And that one's not a 6, and that one's not a 4. This one's quite tricky. I think very fair, but quite tricky. I also suspect a couple of the things we probably did not in the intended way. Let's see. These are a 4, 6 pair. So these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. These are from 5, 8, and 9. Do I know that this can't be an 8 or a 9? That would be a nice thing to know. I don't think I know that this can't be an 8 or a 9 yet, based on what I see in the row. Oh, right. We know there's no 2 on the renban. So, therefore, this is a 6 or an 8 only. Also, there's a 1, 2 pair looking at it, so there's multiple paths through this. So I was hoping that this cell saw like a 5 and a 3, but it does. Oh, it does. It does. Okay, so this cell I'm noticing can't be a 4. because this would need to be a 3 or a 5, and it can be neither. So the 4 in this box actually only goes in one of these two places. Let's see. Jeffrey says 1-3 pair in column 2 looks up. That's true. That's excellent. So that's a 5 and a 3. So that is not a 5. So I actually know my 5 lives in one of these two cells. Which now gives me a Jovi wing on 5s now, looking over into this box. So there's a 5 in one of those. Oh, this can't be a 2 either, Tristan points out, which is gorgeous. So actually, this is a 2-4 pair, because this can't be a 2, because this would have to be a 1 or a 3, and it can't be either. This little itty-bitty renban has done a lot of work in this puzzle. So this is now a 5, 8, or 9. It's certainly not a 5, so this is now an 8 or a 9. So this digit has to be a 7, 8, or 9. And so now we know that this is dominoed, finally. This is, I feel like I should have been tracing the lines rather than boxing the lines. I feel like that would have made for a better viewing experience, but I'm pot committed now. So this is a 1, 2, or 3. The reason why this is dominoed, by the way, is because if this were a 7, 8, or 9, I would need to make 1, 2, or 3 in 3 cells, which I cannot do. I didn't know that this couldn't be 1, 2, 3, 4 for a very long time. If something happened that made me know it couldn't be 1, 2, 3, 4, I never saw it. And it seemed annoyingly possible because it was going to push like a 1, 2, 3, 4 over here. But whichever. Oh, you just draw in the border. That's interesting. Let's see. Okay. So we know these are dominoed. I should probably write in what these digits can be, because maybe something happens, because I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 in the box, so these are only from 6, 7, 8, 9. Nothing happened. I was very hopeful that, like, Sven would immediately point something out. But Sven did not point anything out to me, as I had hoped. There's a virtual 2-4 pair in this row. So this cell's not a 2 or a 4, if I want to get really desperate here. Okay, so this renban now, because it's got 4 digits from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, the only option is it could be either 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, but it can't be, because this can't be a 4 because of the virtual 2-4 pair of all things. Right. Because of the virtual 2-4 pair, there's nowhere to put a 4 on this renban, so this renban is just 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Which is the thing that broke me earlier, because I thought I knew that it, or I somehow missed that possibility in my extrapolations. This digit, unfortunately, can go a couple places. The 6 or 8 that's on here is the 6 or 8 that's there, for whatever that is worth. Okay, well, here's the point. That digit's not a 5, so the 5 is in one of those two cells. I didn't say it was a good point, I just said it was a point. Let's see, where's row 5, column 3 in box 5, asks Isabella. Oh, I was trying to do that with this point, but Isabella's right, it's this cell. This cell in this box can't repeat on the renban and can't be there, so this cell is that cell, I believe. Darn it, I tried it with this one and then gave up, but Isabella finds the right one. So this can't be 6 or 8, it's only 7 or 9. So green If green goes here, this becomes the third 1, 2, 3 for the row. And green assuredly can't be 9 if that's the case, if it ends up going there. Ah, now we know where this digit goes. Okay, so now the point Carl points out, now I do know where this digit goes in this box because it's not green. And so this digit now is only 6 or 7. Which tells me that one of these is definitely the 6. For whatever that is worth. Now ask where 6 is in column 3. Oh, wow. Great spot there to Florian. There's a 6 in this box already, and we have now painstakingly eliminated 6 from everywhere else. So this is now a 6. So that is now a 4 or an 8 only. Is it, again, not going to do anything? It is amazing how many of these deductions seem like, oh, that's going to be it, and then they do absolutely nothing. Oh boy. Row 4, column 7, can't be yellow or green. That's a good point. This is not yellow or green. Let's see, Carl wants us to chase 9s. Chase 9s. Let's see. If row 6, column 3 is 9, it breaks. Because where is 9 in box 7? So if this is 9, then that's 9. Are we looking at, is there some sort of virtual 8-9 pair or something that then looks at this cell or something? Oh, because I know, right, okay. Wow, that's complicated. If yellow is 9, it goes here in this box, but where's the 8 on this renban? We've taken the 8 away from here, so now this happens over there. Okay. So the point is, actually, let's look at it backwards. I think it's easier. Where does this digit go on the renban? And the answer is it's yellow. Because it can't be green, and it can't be one of those two. So this digit on the renban has to be yellow. I think that for me is the easier direction. As always in Sudoku, different people see things in different directions, but I think that's the easier way for me to see it. And so now where does yellow go in this box? And the answer is in one of these cells, but neither of those cells can be a 9. So yellow's not 9, it's 8. Very good spot, Carl. Okay, and so this is a 4-6. Like a 4-6, like a 4-6, whatever. All right, so those are a 7-8 pair. This is a 6 now. That's not 6 or 8 or 6 in the corner. This is 2 and a 4. We've got ourselves a little 7-9 pair. I probably don't need to keep the 8s in yellow. These digits aren't 8. Now this can't be a 9, because if it was a 9, these would be 8, 7, and it would break that cell. So this is not a 9, so that's a 5. We might actually have gotten something out of this deduction, Playmaker. Hold your breath. So this digit now has to be a 4 or a 9. Let's see, it's not an 8. Or that's not an 8. This is a 4 or a 9. Okay, so now because of this 4, 6, this 5 either goes 4, 3 or 6, 7. And I have absolutely no idea which one it does, of course. Let's see. But these digits can't be too many things, so let me pencil mark them. I'm going to pencil mark and hope that something happens. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 2, 7, and 9 are these digits. Sven is not telling me a damn thing. Let's see. Okay, so these, so I guess one of the points is neither of these digits is 2. So 2 in the row has got to be either there or there. Sorry, 2 in the row has either got to be there or there. Those are the only spots for 2 in the row. Okay, actually, sorry, let me look at, if this were 6 or 7, this would have to be, actually, if this were 6 or 7, it would be 7 with a 3 there. Okay, so I actually want to write out the possibilities, because this is either 6, 7, in which case this has to be the 7, and that's the 6, and that's the 3. Because if this were the 6, that would be a 4, and that's not going to work. Or this is 5, 4, 3. Again, this is because there's a 4, 6 in the row, so it either goes straight up or straight down. If this is a 4, 3, then I think both options... No, 4 doesn't work here, because it would put a 6 there, and that doesn't work. So it would be 3 and 4. And so, strangely, this is always a 3, 7 domino. That is so weird. How is this always a 3, 7 domino? That's so strange. But anyway, it means that's not a 3 and that's not a 7. Is it possible that we can, like, do something fancy with green? I don't think so. Oh! The 2-cell renban has an 8 on it. Playmaker points out. 8 is not consecutive with 8. As Garion points out. So that's a 9 and a 1 and a 7 and a 7 and a 3. We can uncolor our 7s. So that's a 2 and a 9 and a 1 and a 9 and a 4. That's a 1 by our pencil marking. That's a 9. It's 2 consecutive in a way, says Alima. I like that. It's 2 consecutive. So that is a 4 and an 8 and a 7 and a 2 and an 8 and a 1 and a 9 and a 1. Not a 1. This is not a 7 because of the 3, 7 pair looking up. That's not a 1 because there's a 1 in the box. I almost hit delete, which would have been a disaster because I don't actually know anything about 5s. Let's see, this row is missing a 5, a 3, and a 7. This row is missing a 2 and a 4. This row is missing a 6 and an 8. Oh, wow. You did it, and you did it too quickly. So Memeristor added some extra challenge to it. Is that what happened? Or is what you're saying subtly that we're much worse at this than you were? That's possible. Okay. We've got all these, like, almost triple things going on, but who knows what's actually happening in our lives. Let's see, 9 in row 8. Oh, row 8 only has a 5 and a 9 left. That is a great spot, Liz. So that's actually the 5, and that's the 9. I believe the title asked for it is a reference to a question that 2 to 10th actually in chat asked during my interview, which was which constraint that you invented do you think has more legs, or like maybe people should set with, or whatever. And I said I thought that people had not really set with 10 lines as much as I had thought they would. And so 9 is here. And so this is the result. And so then I said that in the interview, this is a 2 or a 3, but it's not a 3, so it's a 2 and a 3. So that's a 6 and an 8 and a 7. And so then this happened right before my 100th stream spectacular. And so then a lot of people made me 10 lines puzzles for it. And to be fair, my conclusion is that I was right, that actually that there are a lot of cool 10-line puzzles that you can make. I was not sure, because I saw I was going to get to do like a bajillion 10 lines puzzles, and I was like, well, I'm either going to think after this that 10 lines do have potential, or I am never going to want to see one ever again. But I think the answer is that they are cool, and this pairing... It's a weird pairing, but it's a very cool pairing between these two. Is the twist that it will be with arrows, Playmaker? Because I feel like often there are arrows, and I think with arrows, this could be very interesting. Let's see, 4 and 5 go in here, so that's a 5 and a 4. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5. That's a 6. That is a 7. And that is a 2. So the betting tree is a 2. So congratulations from Zach and I. If you bet 2, may all your betting tree wishes come true. Jay Dyer threatening to make a 10 lines puzzle where there's actually 10 lines. This was an insanely difficult puzzle for a Memeristor puzzle, I feel like, which is not at all a complaint. This is but this to me was easily a 5-star puzzle, but a very cool one, I think. I am meant to wait a second for Tristan, but this is a very cool puzzle. I liked it a lot. Yeah, and thank you for joining, Jimmy, and thank you for becoming a fan. We appreciate it. I'm filibustering because Tristan asked me to. It's funny, Chameleon. When I set 20 lines, I actually thought, well, at least this time no one's going to comment about the fact that there's almost 20 of something, because there's nowhere near 20 lines. But then it turned out that there were 19 little breaks that added up to 20, and there could have been 20, and this upset lots of people. But I didn't even notice. Yeah, 10 lines, the original draft actually had 10 lines. The only reason is that you had to deduce a break that was really obnoxious, and I wanted it to be a little smoother of a puzzle, so I put the break into the puzzle. So the first draft of 10 lines deliberately had 10 lines that were 10 lines. But then I decided that as much as I loved that, I more loved not making the solve path torture, or have one torturous step. Alrighty, I am going to go to break real quick, and I will be right back. Alrighty, welcome back. Next up, we have Florian's 10-line puzzle, Zeta of 100 checkmark. Or Zeta 100 checkmark. 10 lines again, so the lines are 10 lines. There are many more than 10 of them, I suspect. And it notes that 2 of many black dots have been added for Zeta's pleasure. I very much appreciate the 2 black dots. So my eye is immediately drawn to this. So these together have to add to, Florian, do you have a good betting tree? It's funny, I'm now going to do this differently. Row 2, column 1. Okay, So in this box, these add to 10. These add to 10. What about these? Is it possible that these add to 10? Well, no, because then these would add to less than 10 and 10 and 10. And so this cell would have to be bigger than 15, which is not going to work. So this actually is dominoable. So we've got that and that. And so now if these add to 10 and these add to 10 and these add to 10, that's saying all of these together add to 25? Sorry. How did I multiply 10 by 3 and get 25? Who knows? These two add to 15 is the correct thing if I correctly multiply 10 by 3. So these are from 6, 7, 8, 9, which means that this is from 1, 2, 3, 4. So we've made it there. So there's kind of a similar thing going on here, where of course all of these, I guess maybe I might actually have to max this, in order to make this work at all. So these of course all add to 10. So the maximum that these sum to is 28. Yep, that's exactly right. These sum to a maximum of 28 because these sum to at most 9, these sum to at most 9, and these sum to at most 10. So that's 28, which means these two cells together need to sum to at least 17, which means they have to sum to exactly 17. And more importantly for Zach, it gets us 2 digits because both of these have to be 1s. And Zach gets to come out and do his little dance. Woohoo! One dance. Woo! 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 Woohoo! Wee! Whoa! Thank you, Zach. Thank you, Zach, for the twin 1 dance. So we've got that. Oh, by the way, question for chat, because I was talking to someone about this the other day. YouTube, the whole time I'm streaming, is like, hey, you should put ads in the stream. But since patrons sponsor this and all, I deliberately don't put ads in streams. Does YouTube put in ads anyway? Someone the other day told me YouTube would put in ads anyway, which I did not know, which would be very, very upsetting to me. Excuse me. This is now 235. Because this is now a 10 line, or this is now 10 and 3, without 1. Okay. Only when you boot it up, though, it doesn't interrupt the stream with ads. I suppose I can make peace with that. And I don't think I don't think there's anything you can do about that particular one, but not during the stream. Okay, not during the stream. All right. I was about to prove in the most convoluted way that there had to be a 1 on this line. So we've got this. Let's see. Okay, but in any event, I am happy that YouTube does not just stick in ads interstitially over the top of me. Because then it might actually, if that was happening, I was going to have to debate whether actually it was better for me to run them so they'd run at a reasonable time. But yeah, an ad at the beginning, you know, it's what Twitch does, whatever. I'm not going to be able to do anything about that. But let's see. Okay. So, right. So, beautiful spot from Martin. Now that that's a 2-3-5, this now can't be 1-2-3-4. So now I can actually domino this one. This is dominoable as well. So this has got a low digit on it. Oh. That's snazzy. Isabella asks where 5 is in box 6. 5 is not part of a domino that adds to 10, so 5 is definitely on this line. But if 5 is on this line, I know what's on the line, because the line can't be 2, 3, 5. I love that. This is a 1, 4, 5 line. That's not the 1. That's sweet. That is great setting. So that means that 1 and 4 don't show up on these lines, which means that 9 and 6 don't show up on these lines, which means that these are a 6-9 pair, because I can put neither 6 nor 9 on these because the thing that it pairs with doesn't work. So this isn't a 2 or a 3. And so these are 2, 3, 7, 8. I like how Qodec phrases that YouTube is trying to figure out correlations between serving ads obnoxiously and people getting YouTube Premium. That is assuredly true. This cell can't be a 2 or a 3, and this cell can't be a 2 or a 3 because there's a 2, 3, 5 triple up there. So no 7, 8, no 7, 8. So that's actually a 2, 3 pair. So there's a 2 and a 3 over here. Okay, and now I guess this is 1, 9 or 4, 6. I don't know which one. I can do better. Let's see. Yeah, the reason why I originally went with YouTube over Twitch was there were 2 reasons. One was that I wanted the streams to last because I figured people might go back and watch them. And actually, it's really cool whenever I get like people posting a comment on like stream 12 or whatever. I really enjoy that. If you're watching one of the old VODs, if you could just leave me a comment and tell me, I just find that awesome. But I just didn't want it to delete them, and Twitch does that automatically. But also, when I started teaching online, I taught online using YouTube, and so I sort of knew how it worked, and so it was a little bit easier. I'm debating if this can be 1, 2, 3, 4, or if I know that it cannot be 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't think I know that this, or I don't think I know that this can't be 1, 2, 3, 4 yet. This can't be 2 or 3. That is a really good point. And again, really slick setting. A few people in chat pointed this out. This can't be 2 or 3 because it would go with a 7 or 8, but the 7 or 8 it goes with is already there. So that's not 2 or 3. This is a 2, so therefore that's a 2-3 pair. So this is actually a naked single 4, I think. Because it's not 1, 2, 3. It's not 6 or 9. It's not 7 or 8. It's not 5. So I think we've gone through all the numbers. I think this is a 4 and that's a 5. I think is how that works. That's really cool. So therefore this is a 6. And therefore this is a 1, 9. Because we're out of dominoes that work other than that one. So that's a 4 and a 1. Let's see. So this is now a reasonable triple of some sort. It is a 7, an 8, and a 5, I believe. Let's see. So I guess I know that this sums to 30 if I want to use that at some point. So these sum to 15. Does that do me any good? Oh, well, that's interesting. This 4 looks at this black dot. That's interesting. Oh, that's a good point. It's 30, but that also means it's 3 dominoes, which means there's no 5 in it, which means that 5 hangs out up here, not on the black dot, of course. This black dot I was just noticing is either 1, 2, or 3, 6 because of the 4 there, and the 1 doesn't go there, so the 2 doesn't go there. Did I screw up box 6 somehow? What did I screw up in box 6? Okay. So there is a 5 in one of these directions. So this has got to be a domino. Okay. So I think the way to think about this is that this circle, and I really like, by the way, that the use of the loops is interesting. I think maybe this will be Qodec's puzzle, because Qodec really likes doing things with circles. But 10 lines that are circles are really cool. I don't think I'd really appreciated that. There was one in the original puzzle that I suppose was cool, but I hadn't really appreciated how much you can do with this. But I don't. One of the puzzles that lives forever in my brain is this Chinese Whispers puzzle by Qodec that was all of these circles, like this. Okay, but the point is, the 5 has to be part of the 3. It can't be part of the domino, and there is a domino and a triomino. And so if the 5 is part of the domino, well, then where's the domino going? So if the 5 is here, I guess could this be the domino and that be the triomino? No, this is not the triomino because it adds to 15. So this is definitely not the triomino. And so the 5 either adds to 10 with these two. So it could be 5 with those two, or it could be some version like this. But I think it always includes this cell, right? Yes, it always includes that cell. No, it could be those 3, dagnammit. I want to say that I'm going to have a hard time putting a 6 on this, but maybe I'm incorrect. I could use the divisible by 3 deduction, maybe. Let's see. It should always be 5 with the 2 in box 7. Right. This 3 cells. Okay, I am not good at this. The 5 here. 2 to 10 points this out. The 5 here is part of a 3-cell sequence that adds to 15. So the other 2 definitionally add to 10. And so if the 5 here, that means I get a domino in this box that adds to 10. And then the 5 goes with the other 2. So that's telling me that these 2 add to 5. And I mean, I knew that already because I knew that this added to 15 and I knew the whole thing added to 20. So why I did not do it that way, I have no idea. So this is part of a sum to 5. So it's certainly not a 6. That's certainly not a 3. This is a 2 or a 3. So I guess that certainly tells me something meaningful because it tells me there's no 2, 3 down here at the very least. And so the digits here now are a little more restricted because I know there's a 5, and then a 1 or a 6, and then the digit that goes with 1 or 6 to make 10, which is 9 or 4. So if I do this correctly, I believe that makes this 1, 6, 4, 5, 9. And now 2 to 10th points out this no longer has a 2 or a 3 on it. And so because this no longer has a 2 or a 3 on it, and it sums to 10, the only way to do that is with 1, 4, 5. And so now these digits have to be 6, 7, 8, 9. That's not a 6. This cell is doubly not 1, 4, 5. So if this is a 1, 2, 3, 4 line, this digit has to be a 4. It's the only digit that this cell sees. So this would have to be the 4. That would have to be the 1. These would be a 2, 3 pair. Unfortunately, that still seems plausible, as best I am able to discern it. There's no way it's this white dot, is it? So do I know this isn't 3, 6? Because I think I could do meaningful pencil marking if I knew this wasn't 3, 6. I'm interested by the fact that 2 and 3 are of necessity on here. So so I know that 2 and 3 are up here somewhere, but unfortunately that doesn't tell me that 7 and 8 are down here or up here, because it could sort of wrap in some fascinating way. Oh, is the point that if this is 4, 6, that I break this black dot? If this is 4, 6, this black dot would have to be 1, 2 exactly. But I don't think I know that this isn't 1, 2, do I? Unless I think about the fact that that would force this cell to be a 7. But that seems to be okay. If this is 1, 2, and that's a 7. Oh, if this is 1, 2, and that's a 7. Oh, now this is 4, 6? I probably am doing this in a complicated way because I just did Memeristor's puzzle, but that doesn't work. If the way I make this 4, 6... or if I make this 4, 6 down here, then this now has become 1, 2. It's the only black dot that is available. But now this has to be, I think, because these are 1 and 2, I think this has to be a 7. Oh, is it possible that this is a 9, annoyingly? Because this could be the 1 and the 2. Yeah, I think annoyingly, I think my proof, even though my proof is terrible, I think it doesn't work. Because I think that it could actually be 1, 9, 2, 3, and 5, with a 3 there and a 5 there. Terrible. Terrible. Let's see. Virtual 1 pair in the column, right? If there's not a 1 in here, then there's a 6 there, and so there is a 1 in here, so this is never a 1 per dog. I agree. This is a pair. Why did I never fill in that this is a pair? What is it a pair of? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's a 7, 8 pair. Sure, why not? That's going to do me a lot of good, I suspect. Let's see. So, I mean, I know there's a 1 in one of these two cells. If there's a 1 here, that becomes a 4, 6. I can fill in the triple. There's no shame in it. Let's see. Yeah, pairs without tall cat are very, very challenging. Okay. So, should I ask myself... I think this is what I should ask myself. Is it possible that these 3 add to 10, given that these 2 add to a multiple of 3? So if these are 1, 2, that would be a 7. And I think we said that world does not work. Because if this is 1, 2, and 7, Now this would have to be 4, 6. But that doesn't work because we've broken the 4, 6 in the column. So the other option is if this is not 1, 2, do we know it's not 2, 4? Well, we do know it's not 2, 4, because if it was 2, 4, this would be a 4, and that doesn't work. It's not 4, 8, if this is this. And so the other option is that it's 3, 6, in which case this would be a 1. Okay, so I think that's the point. We just verified all the options. This never adds to 10. So this is never a tetromino. 2, 4 doesn't work because it would require a second 4 in the box. So actually, this is a domino, and that's the triomino. And that was a really natural thing to look at that I just never looked at. I'm not saying that this can't be 2, 4. I'm just saying that this can't be a domino. I'm just saying that these two have to add to 10. And I just checked every way of making this triomino add to 10 with this black dot, and none of them worked. So these two actually add to 10, and these 3 add to 10. That was that was all I was trying to do. Apologies if that was confusing. Unfortunately, this is the way that means this black dot is less useful, I think. The triomino can't be 1, 4, 5. That's true. Let's see. So it's 1, 3, 6, 1, 2, 7, or 2, 3, 5. Hooray. Let's see. How are we knowing this isn't 3, 6? What goes wrong if this is 3, 6? Do I have to go through here? I probably have to go through here. If this is 3, 6, then this is 1, 4, 5. This is a 7. I don't see that right away. Okay. I feel like I'm probably missing something much simpler than what I'm trying to do. Oh, it's because 1, 4, 5 is not the right combination. Okay, got it. The point is, if there we go. So if this is 3, 6, then this becomes a 1, and then a 5 and a 9 is the point. Sorry, okay. Sorry, I had completely forgotten everything that happened down here. If this is a 3, 6, then this is 1, 4, 9. And so this would be the 3, that would be the 7. I don't see what would break there. 6 would be on the top and place a second 3 in the box. Oh, right. Okay. No. So 3, 6. Right. Okay. Got it. Okay. So we can rule out 3, 6. Qodec has told me how to do this. So if this is a 6, that's a 4. That breaks immediately. That's not going to work. So if this is a 3 and that's a 6, the point is these are a 1, 3 domino now. And so that would include a 3, and that's not going to work. So this is not a 3, 6. So these are from 1, 2, 4, 8. But this is not 1 or 4. So this is 2 or 8. And so this is not 2 or 8, it's 1 or 4. This can't be 8, however, because if this were 8, I would need to double 1 that, and that's not going to work. So that's a 2. I've got a 1, 4 pair in the box now. I don't know why that... I mean, it was certainly not difficult. My brain was just repeatedly visualizing it and not realizing that I was getting a second 3 in the box. I just kept not seeing it. I kept having the opportunity to see it, and then I didn't see it. So there is no 1 in this sum, and so therefore this is 2, 3, 5. So these are a 3, 5 pair. And so now that's a 2 and an 8. And so that's a 3 and a 7. So that's a 7, because I need to put a 7 in this box somewhere. And I'm not putting it there with a 1 or a 4. This is a 9 or a 6. Who knows which? I don't. Let's see. There's a 7 up here somewhere. Let's see. I'm being told this line can no longer be 1, 2, 3, 4. Right. Too many 1, 2, 3, 4s are gone in row 4. Because 3 1, 2, 3, 4s are gone, namely 3 and 2 and this 1, 4. So this can't be 1, 2, 3, 4, so it's dominoable. So we can do that beautifully. So this is a domino that's not 2, 8, and it's not 3, 7. So this is 1, 4 or 6, 9 itself. The 1, 4 is there, because the 1, 4 is not here. So the 1, 4 is here, but it's not a 1, so it's a 4 and a 6, making that a 1 and a 9. That was cool, making that a 4 and a 6, and a 6 over there. Now that 4 is finally sorted out how these things work, so that can't be a 1 anymore, because if this is a 1, I can no longer make these... No, these can't be a 6. This can't be a 6 anymore. It is a 1. Sorry, I got that backwards. This has got to be a 1 because I needed a 4 to go with the 6. So this is 1, 5, 9, making that a 2 and a 1. Uh-oh. Making that a 2 and a 5 and a 3. And a 2 and a 3 and a 9 and a 1. Not a 5. Not a 9. That is a 4 now. It's a 1. Where is 7 in row 4? I feel like this is where Josh would say, where is 7 in row 4, column 1? That is the 7. It's a 1. Thank you. That's a 6, 8, 9 now. I know half of this domino, so I should know the other half. Okay, so these are a 2, 3 pair, and I know the order. One of these is a 5, and it's that one. And that's an 8. That's become a 1 out of nowhere. These are 8 and 9. So we've got an 8-9 pair in this column. This 5-9 pair is looked up and made that an 8, and that a 9, and that an 8, and that a 9. These two digits are a... Oh, they come from a few. So they come from a 3 and a 5 and whatever the other one is, and a 6. So that one can't be a 3 because it would make that a 6, so that's not going to work. So this is a 5 or a 6, making this a 3 or a 4. Uh-oh, I did something wrong? Oh, I pencil marked something wrong? Oh, did I pencil mark this column wrong? Oh, I pencil marked a 5. Oh, we got a $10 or 10 donation from Florian. Thank you, Florian, for 100 amazing streams with amazing puzzles. Thank you very much, Florian. We can get a donation dance in here. Woo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you, Florian. We very much appreciate it. I think I pencil marked a 5 into cells that very much have a 5. But in particular, the 5-9 pair actually does that, so I should do that first. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 10 Swiss dollars. Yeah, I realized I did not know what the name of CHF was if I tried to pronounce it. But Swiss dollars makes sense because because of the CH bit. So these are a 6 and a 7. Swiss francs. Okay. No 9 there. So these are... So I need to add to, remember, 9 on each of these. So 6 would go with a 3, 7 would go with a 2. So those are a 2-3 pair. So these are the other ones. 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's the 4 and that's the 5. That is not an 8. Oh, I have a 6, 8, 9 triple here. I don't know how long that's been there. I bet that is one of the things Chad has been telling me. So we've got that. Oh, Playmaker just told it to me just after I said that in my timeline. In your timeline, Playmaker probably said that just before. 2, 3, 4, 5. These are a 6 and a 9. And I don't think I know the order. So let's see. I'm being told I know where 4 is in this box, which is very cool. So I'll put a 7 there. And now that fixes the dominoes, because once Tom C points out that I know where the 4 is, remember this is 3 dominoes. The 6 can't go there for multiple reasons, so the 6 goes there, and so this is dominoable now. Oops, not that. You know what I wanted, Sven. So now this is a domino that adds to 10 that is not 1, 9, 3, 7, or 4, 6. So this is 2, 8. And now this is a domino that adds to 10 that's not 4, 6, or 2, 8, or 1, 9. So it's 3, 7. And so we get to do lots of filling in of things. Some of which I'll even fill in correctly. So that's a 3 and a 6. That's a 2 and a 7. That's a 9 and a 6. That's a 9 and a... Some of which I'll fill in correctly. But which things I'll fill in correctly, you have to stay tuned to see. So no 2 or 3 left over there. So I guess the most expedient way to do this is to fill in this triple. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that is an 8 and a 3 and a 7 and a 5 and a 2 and a 3. 1, 2, 3, that's a 4. That's a 2, and our bet cell is a 5. Congratulations from Zach and I to all of the 5 bettors in the chat. And yes, that was a lovely puzzle. I quite enjoyed that one. It was much more merciful than Memeristor's puzzle. There was definitely a part in the middle where I feel like I took a very long time to put together some pieces. Oh, I should color some more lines. Let's see. So this one goes like that. And then this one goes like that. Oh, and I guess I colored all the other length 1 lines, so I should color this length 1 line as well. Just for completeness sake. I really liked the bit with the rings. I'm now very interested to see a 10 lines puzzle where all the 10 lines are rings, because I think that would be interesting to see. Because I'd not really appreciated the sort of the versatility that this was going to add. Alrighty, I'm going to take a real quick break, and I will be back with more puzzles. Puzzles is the thing I will be back with more of. I will be right back. Welcome back, everyone. Next up, we have a puzzle by Nordy, who I see is already in chat. So if you have a betting tree, Nordy, by all means, please share. So let's start with the normal stuff. So we have normal Sudoku rules. That part is good. And we have killer cages, which are normal killer cages. They sum to the total at the top left corner. However, this phrase, modified or not, should be a hint of things to come. But digits in cages cannot repeat. A cage may contain multiple modified cells. I appreciate this clarification, although I know I usually tease people for asking if a rule is a rule when it's not stated, but I like explicitly saying whether you can repeat modifiers in cages or not. Okay, but we have some craziness going on, which is we have these 1-0-0 lines, which has something to do with cells that contain 1. Every cell containing the digit 1 has 2 cells that extend from it horizontally or vertically to form a straight line of 3 cells. So the 1 is always on one end of such a line. The 2 extended cells modify their digit so that each has a value of 0. Different lines cannot extend into the same cells, cross, or overlap, and the lines cannot extend off the grid. Note, only the 2 extended cells have a value of 0. The ones are not modified. Okay, so here is an example that we have been given. So here, for example, I think, Jay, that I don't think it's stated. So I think we can have as many ones in a row or column or box as we're allowed by ordinary Sudoku. Whatever number that might be. But you can see here, basically, the 1 just deletes 2 cells in one of the directions. Oh, good night, Qodec. Okay, so... Oh, this is an O1? Okay, let's start with the fact that this cage... Wait, isn't that impossible? Is this a typo? Because a 1 can't... Oh, no, there can be a 1 coming up from below. Got it. Okay. My brain did not at first appreciate this. So there has to be a 1 in this cage, because otherwise I'm not going to sum to 1. But then I have to delete everything else in the cage. So I can't put the 1 here, because then there's no way to delete this cell. And I can't put the 1 here either, because if I put the 1 here, I can't delete both of these cells. So I think the 1 actually has to go here. Because of the fact that I can't run off the border and I have to start at a cell. So I think that's going to be our first digit. And I think we're going to get an excited 1 dance from Zach. Woohoo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you very much. So we know, actually, I think pretty quickly, that what happens is that this is going to delete these 2 cells. And now this cell must be deleted, but we don't, I think, yet know what direction it's deleted from until we look at this 11 cage. Because if I put a 1 here in order to delete this cell, diagonally, I don't think diagonally is an option. Horizontally or vertically. So not diagonally, because the rules do not include diagonally as an option. So here, if I try and get to this cell from below, then I would delete these 2 cells. But now this digit needs to be a 10, which does not work. So this can't be the 1. that gets to there. This has to be the one that gets to there to delete that cell, which means it also deletes this cell. And I guess I can I can color in some way cells that are not deleted. Gray, I guess. I'll color cells that aren't deleted gray. I know for sure these aren't deleted. I'm trying to decide what cells I actually know aren't deleted. I know nothing can delete that cell. Well, ones are never deleted. This cell can't possibly be deleted because I couldn't make this sum work. Actually, neither digit in a 10 cage can be deleted because in a 2-cell 10 cage would not work. The same is true of this 2-cell 10 cage. The same is true of this 2-cell 11 cage. Okay. Yeah, we definitely need at least one deleted cell up here. Okay. I know there is a 1 in this 11 cage. Okay. As soon as I know there's a 1 in this 11 cage, that actually tells me that this 11 cage can't have any deleted cells in it. Because if there were, then I would need to, I'd need to have a 10 in the cage, which I cannot do. So actually, that's the fact that there's a 1 in this by Sudoku, of all things, is actually quite revelatory. And so, how am I going to delete a cell from this 10 cage? I think there's only one way, which is I think to put a 1 here and delete up. Because I can't delete up from here. I delete one of the cells from the 10 cage that I've already said I can't delete something from. So I think I actually have to do that exactly, which is going to give me another 2, 3, 5, which is the theme of the day. So those are both going to be there. That's going to be a 1. Because now this is a 3-cell... Now there's no ones that can possibly get up here, no matter what I try. No one can get here. Oh, no one can get here either, because this is now a 2-cell sum to 10. But now this is a 3-cell sum to 10 that doesn't have a 1, so it's 2, 3, 5. By the same magic that tells you that 10 and 3 is 1, 2, 4, or whatever. So that probably tells me what this 11 sum is, because it's not 2, 9, 3, 8, or 5, 6, so it's got to be 4, 7. And so now I can fill in my triples across the rest of the row. So it's not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 6, 8, and 9 is what's left. This certainly isn't a 9, because then that would be a 1, and I can only have 1 1 per box. Let's see. This can't be a 9 for exactly the same reason, then that would be a 1. So that is a 9. Does nothing. Let's see. So this is with a 2 or a 4. Sorry. This is with a 2 or a 4. So that's a 2-4 pair. So therefore this 10 cage now is a 3-7. And I know there's 2 3s in this mess, so there's definitely a 3 in this mess. Just by Sudoku. Let's see. I know there's got to be a 3 in here, because if there's not, I'd have to put 2 3s in this box. So I can mark a 3 vertically here. Let's see. Okay, so now these two are also going to be a sum to 10. And it's not going to be 3 7. It's not going to be 1 9. So these are also from 2 4 6 8. I guess that also is revealed by the... Oh, it's not quite revealed by the pencil marks. So, because now I just get that this is 2, 3, 5, or 7. Why is that so many digits? That's too many digits. How did I... I'm confused, because I want to mark this 2, 3, 5, 7, but now I feel like there's 10 digits in this box. Oh, why am I marking it a 2? That's the problem. Why am I marking it a 2? Because I already have a 2 in here. That's the whole point. And there's a 3-7 pair looking at this cell, so this is a 5. So that's not a 5. One of these two is a 5. So there's a 5 down here in this mess. Let's see. And this 2, 4, 6, 8 tells me that this is a 3. So that's a 7 and a 3. So these are a 2 and a 5, which tell me that that's a 4 and a 6. This is very cool. I'm enjoying this a lot. That's an 8 and a 2. I don't think I've covered myself in glory with it so far, but it could be worse. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These are from 7, 8, 9. So if that can't be a 9, because then that would need to be a 1, and it can't be. So this is a 2 or a 3. I better be deleting one of these 7, 8, 9s. And if I'm deleting one of these 7, 8, 9s, I can only do that with a 1 in one of these two cells, I think. Do we concur with that? There's no weird way I come in from the side, because I can't, and I can't come in from this row. So I need to be coming in from this row and deleting up to make make this into a 2-cell 11 cage. Let's see. Okay. These 3, 5 can't be here. If these 3, 5 were here, then I would need another cell, and it would be a 3, which I cannot do. So this cell is always a 3 or a 5. I don't know if this really matters, but this cell is always a 3 or a 5. I can tell you that. Oh, this is just a triple, so we might as well fill in what this triple is. So these are 6, 8, 9, Eric is telling me, and these are 3, 5, and 2. So there's no way for these to add up to 11, is the point. And so this cell can't be deleted. None of these cells can be deleted. Oh. This cell can't be deleted for sure. And once that cell's can't be deleted, this cell can't be deleted either, because it's sort of protected. There's no lasers can get at it anymore. I'm now picturing the lasered game from Genius as the what's happening here with these deletions. Now nothing can delete this, because it can't be deleted from above or below and can't be deleted from the side. So I can say that can't be deleted. Does that make the 4-cell to 2-cell 11 cage and the bottom digits become 4, 3, 2? Oh, this one down here. I don't know if anything is deleted in here, because I think I could delete stuff in here from the left, if I'm not mistaken. It is true that this cell can't be deleted, because if this cell was deleted, it would need to be deleted from here exactly. But now I would have a 10 in this cell, which does not work. So this cell is undeletable, which could be a song. Okay. So 2 and 3 would make this a 6. 2 and 5 would make this a 4. And those are the only options, because 3 and 5 would make this a 3, which is why we already said that cell's definitely a 3 or a 5. This cell can't be deleted, because it would necessarily come from deleting both of those cells, which would then make this digit an 11, and there's already an 11 in the box. So we don't delete any of those. Let's see. And we know that... okay, so if the 1 were here, I'm contemplating if I have any, like, pair triple stuff from the fact that I know I'm either making 11 here with 7, 4, which would have to be in this column, or 8, 3, which would have to be in this column, or 9, 2, which I think could be in any column. So there's sort of like a 4, 3, or 2 down here, but I don't think that's I don't think it's exciting. Let's see. Garian says row 5, column 4 can't be deleted. Right. Neither of these can be deleted, because now my 11... No, sorry. Sorry, this is not deleted. Not it is deleted. Let's see, if I deleted this... Another row 5, column 4. Oh, that row 5, column 4. Right. That row 5, column 4. Right. Because it can't be deleted from above or below, and it can't be deleted from its row, because these ones, whichever of these ones is a 1, we know it's going straight up. So this is never deleted. Agree. Somehow I feel like having these row and column labels has made me worse at finding the indicated cells in the grid. Okay, so where is 1 in this box? And so the point is, and this is from Liz, I can't put a 1 here because I would then have to delete down. It would be the only direction, but now this would be a 10. And so the 1 in this box actually is in one of these 2 cells. And now once that's the case, these can't be deleted. Because this 1, whatever it is, it can't delete up. And so this can't be gotten from the left or the right, because we know what that 1 is doing. So I think these are both gray, because of Liz's observation about this 1. Now, if this is a 1... I can't delete any cells from this 11 cage, and so it becomes 1, 2, 3, 5, which breaks because the 1 is here, and I'd have a 2, 3, 5 quadruple in the column. So actually this can't be the 1 because of the laser technology. So this is the 1. And so now I need to delete something from the 11 cage, but I guess I could maybe delete it from below? I'm trying to decide which way this 1 goes. It's definitely a 1 here, but I don't know. I'm trying to decide if it goes that way or that way. Right, this cell always gets deleted, the Cogito points out, because if I don't delete this cell... nothing works, because I can't delete... I guess I know now I can't delete these, right? No, sorry. That one I know I can't delete. This one I could delete, but I don't think I can delete this, because I'd have to delete it from below, and I can't. But I must delete one of these. And so if I delete this one, I have to delete it from here. Otherwise, I need to delete that one, and if I do it a different way, it comes from below. It's slightly complicated, but it is I think it is very believable that the 1 goes there. So there's a 1 in one of these cells. So now this 11 cage needs to have something in it deleted, because this 11 cage doesn't have a 1 in it, just by Sudoku. So I kind of want this 1 to delete this along the way, like that, but who knows. Yes, I can't delete anything in here, points out Josh, for the reason that no digit could get to it. The 1 can't go left, and I can't get it from above because I already have there. So actually, this is a completely honest 3-cell 11 cage with no 1 in it. So this is either 236 or 245. Those are the options. Right. So in particular, this definitely has a 2 in it. And if this definitely has a 2 in it, then these 3 cells, if this is not deleted, would be a minimum of 345, actually 346, because of this cell, but that's way too big. So this has to be deleted, which now means we know this has to go that direction. And this is not deleted, because you can never delete a 1 secretly. Bonus rule. So this is now a 2-cell 11 sum. Hey, Tinder, nice to see you. Okay. Someone wants to volunteer to get a wrench thrown at them. I will, if you are a regular, I will happily do so if you want to delete that, or Tristan will just do it. Oh, this is unwinnable? Okay, so these cells we know add to 22. So therefore that is 23. So therefore these 3 cells need to add to 22. And if these 3 cells need to add to 22, I can't make this a 3, because then the most I could get would be not enough. So that's a 5. Okay, I agree with your assessment, which has now made this a 6. And now I need to redo that math. So these add to 11, 22, 23, 28. So now these 2 need to add to 13. So it could be 6 and 7, but it can't be 8 and 5, and it can't be 9 and 2. 9 and 2 don't add to 13. I need to do that again. These 2... Oh, is it 17? Did I do this terribly? Okay, 11, 22, 23, 28. Oh, it's 17. These 2 need to add to 17. Well, I don't need to think about that as hard. So these are an 8-9 pair. That sounds better. This is not a 6, so that is the 6. While we were talking about things that are 6, which means there's a 6 Sudoku-logically in the 11 cage. But an 11 cage that is 3 digits with a 2 and a 6 is a 236, I believe. Someone will back me up that 2 plus 3 plus 6 is 11. And so therefore these are the other ones. These are 4 and 7. So we've got that. So I know I need to delete some of these. The magical deleting lasers. I greatly enjoy the magical deleting lasers shooting out of the ones. I think this is a very cool rule idea. And implemented well as well, but I think this is this or subtle variations of it I think are very reusable. I now kind of want to do a renban with this exact rule set. Okay. Okay, so... Right. There's only 2 3-cell 11 cages with no 1s, Afraid Not points out, and I know which one this is. Because the 2 3-cell 11 cages are 236, which this cannot be, or 245, which this must be. And so this is 245, but I know where the 4 is, which is there, which makes that a 7 and a 4. This 2-5 pair makes that a 3 and a 2. Have a good rest, Playmaker. I'll see you again next time, hopefully. These are a pair of an 8, 9, and not a 7. 8, 9, and a 3. Yep, 8, 9, and 3. I believe me. Let's see. I haven't done anything dumb where I've not updated a cell, right? Yeah, this is a triple. So we can write in our quadruple, which is 1, 4, 7, and another one. 1, 4, 7, and 5. And I guess I should write in what these can be, although I don't know if it's going to immediately help. But 1, 2, 3, we need a 4. We've got a 5. We've got a 6. We need a 7, an 8, and a 9. Okay, so these are huge. Okay, so the only way this works is if I only add 2 of these numbers. I cannot... Actually, it's possible I might be able actually to zero out 2 of these. That's possible. I was thinking I was going to need to have the 1 shoot the laser here and make these a 4-7 pair, but I don't think that's necessarily true. I think I may have unfortunately found another option. Okay. Oh, they can't be a 4-7 pair. Okay, that's a good spot. Right. They can't be a 4-7 pair. So if 2 of these are in the cage, the puzzle breaks. So I need to delete 2 of these. And if I need to delete 2 of them, I think that means I can't delete this one. Unless maybe I delete it from the left. No, that's not going to work. Unless I delete it from the left like that. Okay, but I'm deleting 2 of these, which means that this, together with a 4, 7, or a 9, is equal to 11. So that means it itself must be a 7, a 4, a 3, or a 2. And it's not a 4. So... Oh, so this isn't deleted. That's one easy thing to say. This cell is not deleted. Ah, and it's not a 1. So I think now I just can't delete this cell because there's no direction I can delete it from. So this is not the 1 because it doesn't have a direction it can delete stuff. And both of these have to be deleted. I may have reasoned through this in a way that was more convoluted than necessary, but, you know, welcome to the channel. This can't possibly be deleted because, how? So now this can't be the one thing that it can't be. This can't be a 7 because these two really do sum to 11. And so, because this can't be a 4, that can't be a 7. Neither of these can be 1. So that means one of these two is a 1, as Carl puts it. Because one of these has to lean left, and then one of these shoots right. But the 1 here in particular sorts out this whole mess. Because we had, remember, a 1 shooting a laser up over here, which then grays that, deletes those two, grays these for multiple reasons. This is certainly gray. This cell sees 2 1s, so it's grayable. This cell sees 2 1s, so it's grayable. This cell sees 2 1s, so it's grayable. So this cell now can't be a 7 anymore. This is an 8 or a 9 with a 2 or a 3, which gives me a 2-3 pair, which makes that a 5 and a 2. Over here. Now this can't be 2, 9, 3, 8, or 4, 7. So this is 5, 6. And apparently I know the order. So that's a 5 and a 6. These 2 cells... Oh, sorry, there's 3 cells left in the box. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They are 7, 8, and 9. That one's not a 7. So I know one of these 2 is a 7. So in particular, that's not 7, and that's going to get me a 7 somewhere. Namely, it's going to place me a 7 there, and a 3 there, and a 2 there, and a 9 there, and an 8 there, and a 7 there, and an 8 there, and a 9 there, and a 2 there, and a 9 there. Wow, that was intense. So getting me an 8 and a 3 and a 9. Getting me no 2 living in this cell. No 9 living in either of these 2 cells. No 5 living there, or definitely a 5 living there. Take your pick, whatever way you want to think about it. That got sorted out too. Wow, that was this 1 in this column just destroyed this whole quarter of the grid. So let's see, what is left in this column? Let's see, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. These are an 8 and a 9, for whatever that is worth. Probably only a minimal amount at this particular moment in time. Let's see. I don't... Oh, this could be deleted if it's deleted from that side, maybe. Oh, these are always red, aren't they? Because I'm firing one beam this direction and one beam this direction, and it happens that these overlap. Somehow in my head, when I visualized this before, they didn't overlap like that, but they do now overlap. There's definitely a 1 in one of these cells, just by Jovi magic. These cells are a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This one's just a naked single 8. These are not 8. That's interesting. Okay, probably... I'm going to fill in the rest of this, and then I'm going to go back and figure out that this 8 has to be deleted, which I'm almost certain is what's going to happen, but maybe not quite. We'll see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Not a 3, not a 5. And these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Not a 7, not a 2. Okay. If this 8 is not deleted, it needs to go with exactly a 2, and there are no 2s available. So the 8 is deleted for sure, which means it has to be deleted by the 1 in this row. And so the 1 is either here deleting both of these, in which case these would have to add to 10, which does not work because these do not add to 10. Or the 1 is here deleting in this direction, making that a 9. And now these 2 need to add to 9, which they can do as 3 and 6 in that order. So I need to not delete this cell, because if I delete this cell... I mean, I both need to not delete it, and I also can't possibly delete it, because it sees 2 1s. This sees 2 1s as well. As soon as a cell sees 2 1s, you know it can't be deleted. That is one thing that I sort of internalized at some point that I maybe did not explain super well. But each digit in a Sudoku grid that's not a 1 only sees 2 1s. And if you only... And the only way you get deleted is by one of the 1s that you see shooting you. And so if you see 2 1s that have already finished shooting... then you know that they can't be deleted. Okay, that's not deleted, because this 1 sees it but can't get there. Okay, so we've got all of that set up. Let's fill out the rest of this column. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Not a 9. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. These are from 4, 5, 6. So I guess my question is, can these add to 9? I mean, probably. I don't think there's any 1s left in the grid. So the only 1s left in the grid that have not yet deleted things, if you consider that I know these are deleting these cells, this is the only one that hasn't finished deleting stuff. So anything outside of its firing range is gone. So these, is not gone. So these can't be deleted. The bedding tree can't be deleted. In fact, none of these can be deleted. none of these can be deleted because of the box 1 laser. This can't be deleted. Not that it matters whether this cell is deleted or not, but hey, it can't be deleted. Okay, so now these two need to add to 9, and so they need to be 4 and 5. I don't think they have any other options because this digit's at least 5, so this digit has to be at most 4, and so 4 and 5 is forced. So that makes that an 8 and a 9, which makes that an 8 and a 9. These are not 4. This isn't a 4 or a 5. That's not a 4. That's not an 8. Let's see here. Yes, the Jovi wing of 1s is gray. That's fair. Let's fill in this triple. These are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So no 1 there. So this needs to be a 3-cell sum to 10 with a 1. So I suppose I could ask, if this cell was deleted, what would my 3-cell sum to 1 be? Or sorry, my 3-cell sum to 10, which would really be a 2-cell sum to 9. So it would not be 1, 8, 2, 7, 3, 6, or 4, 5. It would not work. So if I do not delete this cell, I cannot make this work. So I must, in fact, delete going up, just because every way of making a sum of 9 is ruled out by digits already in the column. And so all of these turn gray. Now it is these 2 cells that I need to add up to 9. So let's see. So I think if it's 2, 7, it has to be 2, 7 in that direction. Oh, it can't be 2, 7, I am being told by Sven, because 2 actually sees both cells, so it's not 2, 7. If it's 3, 6, it would have to be 6 there, 3 there. And if it's 4, 5, it's not 4, 5 because there's 5s there. So actually it's forced, I think, to be 6, 3 looking like that. Making that a 5 and a 3 and a 7 and a 1, letting me resolve my lasers. Laser! Laser! Beam! 3, 6, 4, 2, 6, 7, 8. Suddenly, at this point in the puzzle only, my brain was like, 8 plus 9 is 17, so this has to be a 17. And then I was like, wait, how do the circles work again? And then it took me a bit to actually resolve in my head what I was missing. Okay, there's a 2 over here, and it goes there. 3, 4, 5, 6. There's a 7 there, so that's a 4 and a 7. There's a 4 and a 7 up here. That was almost a disaster. And then the betting tree is a 4. Congratulations to all of the 4 bettors in chat. May all your betting tree wishes come true. Very nice puzzle. I enjoyed that a lot. I think you could do more puzzles like this and more variations on this idea. Very well executed. I agree. Plus, everyone likes pew-pew lasers. Alrighty. We've got... Yeah, I definitely, while solving this, was like, you could do interesting things with this, I feel like. I feel like you could do a pure renban with these rules. I might be wrong, but I bet you could do a given-less renban. Yeah, we're definitely onto 6x6s at this particular moment in time. So I'm going to pull up a 6x6, but I'll show you why in a second. So I'll be right back. Okay, so it is time for us to switch to 6x6s. And the reason is because the next puzzle for us to do is this Vignettes Tribute by Tesseralis, which I am looking forward to doing, but am definitely not going to do in a half an hour. So instead, we're going to start with the 6x6 by Qodec. So we're going to switch back to CTC view. So this is a region sum lines mean mini. So I need to use digits from 1 to 9, but I need to pick which 6 digits from 1 to 9 to use. And then I need to make sure that I did realize that would count as doing 6x6s, but I would have to do 6 of them, which is a lot of 6x6s. So each slice through a box needs to have the same sum for a particular line. I always feel like there's not really great words to describe this. It's a very intuitive idea, but the English language doesn't describe it very well. But basically, this being blue... yes, Kajito, I'm just doing them in order that they were received, but I do not have time for the next one, and I'm going to guess for most of them I do not. But yeah, I expect... depending on how many streams it takes to solve Tesseralis' puzzle, I will get to yours, I promise. But there aren't that many left, I don't think. Is it just the 2, Tristan? I can't pull it up right now, but there might only be 2 left. I'm not sure. But anyway, the region sum lines part is just telling you that orange has the same sum as green, has the same sum as yellow. That is the region sum lines part. Okay. Also, 4 is one of the digits we have been given, which is going to be interesting. Okay, so column 1 tells us the sum of the digits is even. Because... No, that's not true. Oh, no, it is true. It is true. I just interpreted it wrong. But it does tell us that. Because each region sum line has an even total, and so the sum of column 1 is even. So the sum of the digits is even. So we are not looking at the digits 1 through 6. Tristan says there's actually 5 left, so there are 5 left. So these 2 digits are the same. I don't quite know what to do with that. These 2 digits sum to half the sum of the total, whatever that means. So I don't know what the total is. What's the biggest the total could possibly be? The biggest the total could possibly be is like 45 minus 3, which is 39. So the biggest the total can be is 38. So these 2 sum to at most at most... Oh, well, we actually can reduce the total now, because now the maximum total is 34, because these 2 sum to half the total, and so if these 2 sum to half the total can't be 38. So yeah, so the total is at most 34, but on the other hand, the total is at least 22, so these need to sum to at least 11, which means neither of them is 1, but I actually know neither of them is 3, neither of them is 2 either. It's possible one of them is 3, I guess. Oh, here's a good point. I should have done this immediately. Where do the yellow cells go in box 2? And the answer is the yellow cells go here. Because if I tried to put this yellow cell on here, the digit that it goes with would also go would also go there. So, like, if this cell, whatever this cell is, if it went there, then this cell would need to go there in order to preserve the sum. So that's not going to work. So these 2 cells are yellow. So that cell's certainly yellow. So that's both of the yellows for this row. Absolutely no idea what I'm supposed to do with that, but I've got all the yellows for this column. Yellows add to an even total because the whole box is even, and these 2 add to an even. So the yellows add to an even total. So that means the yellows are the same parity. So yellows are either both even or both odd. And so the total is divisible by 3, actually, is a good thing to notice from Ambrose. The total is divisible by 3 because the yellows here add to the same thing, and so this box is a multiple of 3. So the total is actually a multiple of 6. So it is 24, 30. Those are the only options. So the total is either 24 or 30. We don't know which yet, but we know it's one of those. And so if the total is 24 or 30, that means these two digits add to either 12 or 15. I don't think I know which yet. Let's see. So 24 or 30, huh? 24 is awfully tight, because 24, I don't think it can be 24. Because 24 is only a little bigger than the total of a regular one, and I would need to make these add to 12. So the question is, can I make these add to 12 while making the total 24? And I don't think you can. So I think it's going to have to be 30. And I think Isabella is going to give me a much better argument for that. Which is that if it's 24, then you have to be making 8 on this line. And you can't be making 8 because there's a 4 in the grid, and 8 is not involved in a sum to 4, but all the digits in the grid are involved in a sum to this. So that's much better than my argument that math made it work. So it's not 24, it's 30 is the sum. So therefore this, yes, it can't be 36 because these two cells sum to half of the total of all the digits involved. And these two cells can't sum to half of 36, which would be 18. That's how we ruled out 36, Alima. So the total is exactly 30. And so these sum to 15. So these are from 6, 7, 8, 9. But a third of 30 is 10. So these are a bunch of 10 dominoes, is the point. And so because these are a bunch of 10 dominoes, so secretly this is a 10 lines puzzle, kind of. So yeah, 6 is definitely in. And so we have 3 sets of digits that sum to, so we might as well corner mark 6 in here. We have 3 sets of digits that sum to 10. So, and one of them is 4, 6. So if I make this 6, 9, that kind of seems nice. Oh, wait, no, that doesn't work. Yellow has an even sum because the total of all the digits is even, which is by column 1. And so the sum of this box is even, but these two lines are literally the same sum. So then what's left in yellow is also even. Yeah, the column 1 plus this box is super clever. I love this setup. This is just, this is pure genius. Okay. So I know I have 3 high digits and 3 low digits, and one of the low digits is a 4. I'm trying to figure out where is the smart place to ask where the high digits go, but I haven't yet figured it out. Yeah, so if this is 7, 8, then the 4 can't be part of the 8 sum. The 4 is part of the 7 sum. And so then we also get a 3 tagging along. Which I guess we would always have because there would be a 7 there. 6 would have to go with 24. I'm trying to... Oh, the 6 sum would be 2, 4. Got it. Okay. So, if this is 7, 8, then we have an 8. If this is 6, 9, then the way I make the sum of 6 is with 2 and 4, and because 2 is in the puzzle, 8 is in the puzzle. So Garian's point is 8 is always in the puzzle. And so as soon as 8 is always in the puzzle, 2 is always in the puzzle. So we've got all the evens, 2, 4, 6, and 8 are definitely in the puzzle. And so there's only 2 odds left, and it's either 1, 9 or 3, 7 is the point. I'm trying to see if one of those breaks because I couldn't make these sums work. So if this were 6, 9, I would have a 2, 4, and a 1, 8. If this was 7, 8, then I would have a... Wait, how does that work? If this is 7, 8, then 9's in the puzzle anyway. I don't think that works. If this is 7, 8, oh, never mind. In my brain, something broke. It did not work out correctly. Yeah, if this is 7, 8, right, then I get a 3, 4, and a 2, 6. Okay. So I think this works out both ways. Okay, and so 9 goes with 2... 9 has the 6 going with 2, 4. And then how am I making 9? With 8 and 1. Yeah, okay. So the sum of these 3 cells is even, for whatever that's worth. How do we know 4 isn't yellow? How do I know this isn't a 6 and a 4? I would love to know that. So I feel like that would be revelatory. I know that 2 of these digits are yellow, but that's not super useful. Let's see. So yeah, we've got the 2, the 6, and the 8, and the 4 for sure. So I'm trying to decide if I know something like one of the evens has to be not here or something. I'm trying to figure out what is the Qodec question to ask about these things. So there's always either a 3, 4 or a 2, 4 in one of these. I can color this digit. I don't know that it's going to help a lot, but I can. Is there some way do I know that this digit isn't 4? Because it goes in one of these 2 places. Let's see. If the other yellow is in row 1, column 3, then the total grid sums to 30. So then these would sum to 10 each, and these would have to both be 10. So actually, yeah, this number can't be... So I can't put both yellows here, which is very interesting from Garion. I need the sum of these two to be large enough that the leftovers can be 2 digits. So these 2 digits, in other words, need to sum to at least 13. So if these sum to at least 13, I guess that just means they're at least 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, green is one of the sums in this box. That's interesting, because green's got to go in one of these 2 cells. So green is big, and probably then can't be 4, right? So green is one of the sums. If green was 4, that would mean 1 and 3 are digits in the puzzle, and we know 1 and 3 are not digits in the puzzle. Because if 1 and 3 were digits in the puzzle, we would then have too many digits. So green actually goes here, in this box, because of that. So then green goes on this, this spot. I'm trying to understand. Carl had some point about green had to be 6 or 8. Oh, maybe it was this cell had to be 6 or 8, which didn't necessarily have to be green. And green is part of a length 2 line. So green is not the highest digit. That is a good point. So green is not the highest digit, because of where it goes in this box. Okay, so I know this can't be a 4, and so it can't be a 5 either. And so this is at least 6. I'm going to try and understand Carl's point for why this couldn't be a 7 or a 9. If this is a 6, it makes that a 7, 8. Which then makes this a 2, 4. No, sorry. If this is a 7, what goes wrong if this is a 7? It makes these a 6, 9. Oh, right. I only get one odd high digit. And the one odd high digit is here. So this can't be an odd high digit. That's the point. Okay, got it. So that is very helpful to know, and I get it now, because we only have one odd high digit to add. We have one odd high digit and one odd low digit to add, and the odd high digit's already there. So here is the 6 or 8. It's interesting to ask where these 2 digits go in column 4. Because these 2 digits definitely appear on that line. 1 each. And so they don't appear in column 4 in any of these 3 cells. So these two digits appear in column 4, either exactly there, or one of them is green. Oh, I already know one of them is green. We proved a while ago that one of them's green. Well, one of them's over there. That's a lot less exciting. Okay, so these digits must now be even, because otherwise they're both odd in order to have an even total. But I can't do that, because I can't do 1, 7. I'd be adding too many odd digits to the puzzle. Because, for example, if I try and do... The two odd digits in the puzzle add to 10, is the point. And so if these are both odd, they add to 10, and 10 is not one of these. So these are definitely even. These assuredly can't be even as well, right? They're probably not 8, possibly. These can't be both even as well, because if they're both even as well, then these would add up to 20, and that would be a problem. So there's definitely an odd number in here, and there's not 2 odd numbers in here, because the odd numbers in the grid add to 10. And so what that means is that this number's odd, and this number's even. So we've got a 6-8 pair in the box. And there's definitely a 2 up here, because if there's not a 2, then these add to 10, which is a problem. So there's a 2 on this line. And so this is either 2, 4 or 2, 6. Okay, people are saying if this is 7, we have a problem. So if this was 7, we need these to be 2, 4. No, sorry, if this is 7, that's 8. Ah, right, okay. If these are 7 and 8, now we have a problem. And here's the problem. If these are 7 and 8, now this is 2, 6. But now how am I making my 7? It's got to be as 3, 4. But that's a problem because this is a 6, so it has to be 2, 4. And that is too many 4s to place in the same place. So this is not 7. This is a 9 and a 6 and an 8. I feel like there's probably a slicker way to see that than that sort of look ahead, but it's going to get us a lot of digits. Because now we've got our 2 and our 4. And so these are our 8 and 1. Okay. So these are the other ones. These are 4 and 9. But 9 is not yellow, because 9 sees both yellow digits. So yellow is 4. Or sorry, yellow is 4, 6. That's a 9. That's a 6. So that's a 2 and a 6. Okay, so these are a 1 and a 2 for the row. Yeah, so one of these is 1, 9. Green is definitely 8. Oh, that's right. Green is 8 or 9, but green's not the biggest because green also shows up here. So green is definitely 8. I guess green sees 9 just directly. I don't even have to think about the thing we argued before. Green sees every digit except for 8. So green is 8. So these are all 8. Which makes this a 2, 8. Which makes this a 1, 8. makes this a 1-9 pair. Makes that a 1-9 pair, whose order we know. Makes these a 2-6 to finish the column. So that's a 1 and a 2. That's a 9 and a 1. The box here needs a... I was going to say a 3, but there's not a 3 in this puzzle. 3 doesn't exist. It needs a 2, which is going to go there, and it needs the other one, which I keep wanting to say is a 4, but it's actually a 9. These two digits are a 1 and a 4 that go in that order. This digit is a 3. These two digits include a 1, which goes there, and a 6, which goes... No. Try again. And a 9, which goes there. How about that? Ta-da! Wait, there is no 3? Why did I put a 3 in the grid? I don't even know. Who knows? This is the 6. That's the 1. And that's the 9. There we go. It's a doubler 3. Yeah, there you go. There you go. It's a doubler 3, so it's acting as a 6. Nice little puzzle there. I enjoyed that. That was a challenging 6x6, but I did know it was going to be not the easiest 6x6, but I think that was very cool. I quite enjoyed that. Now, where's the point where I saw something in a slightly gross way, and chat saw lots of... I think chat asked where the big digit on this arrow was in this column, or something like that, as a better way than my sort of, like, there aren't enough 4s in the grid way of seeing the last bit of disambiguation. We did know the yellows were either both even or both odd. And I think we knew... Okay, and so once we saw this digit was odd, then we knew the yellows were both even. And so then the yellows had to be 4, 6, just by counting digits or something. I believe this. Yeah, that probably was much better than the way I did it. I was sort of trying to keep it in my mind the whole time, like what numbers ended up on all of these arrows. And so I was expecting that was sort of going to be involved in the collapse, but then the way I explained it was much worse than the sorts of things chat had in mind. Alrighty, well, thank you for showing up from Zach and I. If you could please like the stream, it still helps a lot. We got to 100 likes on the 100th stream, which is very exciting. So if you could like the stream, it would be very appreciated. It helps people find it, which is great because we get a bunch of new faces around like we had today. And I've been very much enjoying seeing new folks getting involved and explaining things to me that I cannot see. So it's been a blast. Lots of great puzzles today. We will tackle this one next time, the Beast. It will happen. So you can look forward to that, as well as perhaps other puzzles, or perhaps not, depending on how many of the 4 hours this one takes. But boy, we did some very cool stuff today, because we did this like Annihilator puzzle. Oh, I'm in the wrong mode now. We did the Annihilator puzzle. We did the Florian 10 lines puzzle and the Memeristor 10 lines puzzle. And the kropki one and the and this one. Wow, yeah, this it was so long ago. I've now like, but yeah, this one was really impressive. Yeah, the just great puzzles all around today. So join us on Friday when we'll get to do more of it. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you to all of you who support the channel, by the way, in whatever way you choose to do that. So you can do that as some people showed you earlier, by clicking the join button down below. If you do that, you get the green name. You get access to the fancy Zach emotes. You get access to the zetamath exclusive Discord. at appropriate levels, you get to vote on what puzzles we do, which I promise we'll be back to doing voted on puzzles after we do the Stream 100, although then we'll pause again. So there'll be puzzle voting soon, but it will probably be not much until after the pencil puzzles challenge is done. But we'll do that. At the highest levels, you can even suggest puzzles, and then we do them. So if that appeals to you, you can look into that. The people who do contribute at the highest level, who sort of keep the lights on, really are David Ratner, Michael O'Connor, Nordy, Franco, and Woofer. Thank you so much to all of you. Thank you to any of you who think about donating to the stream. It really does mean a lot. I will see all of you next time. Bye for now.